CEE Champions, hope you guys are ready for some action-packed day of Counter-Strike. My name is XY, of course. By my side is a wonderful Ardea. I see you've got your green screen going, but I've got my bland vanilla background. But other than that, I hope you guys are ready for this day. For us, I hope you're ready for it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got a cool spinning, nope, the other side. I've got a cool spinning planet thingy right behind me, so I'm a lot more ready than you are.
Yeah, no, I've got the whole globe behind me, you know. And so,
oh,
yeah,
fair
I don't
enough.
know, but yours is spinning. Yours is spinning, so it makes things a lot better. But let's just go through the walkthrough of today, shall we? Because today we've got a few good games coming our way. A lot of stacked teams. Actually, I think when you look at this whole tournament as a whole, when you look at the teams performing, you can kind of see that a lot of them have been placed into this particular group, right? Group B, with the first match being Fate Esports versus Amiga Gaming, and after that we'll be seeing Headhunters take on Budapest 5. And you can already see three organizations that are very standout, right? And two of them will be looking at the first game.
Absolutely. Fate Esports and Amiga are probably some of the better known ones. I wouldn't say that Fate is on the same level as Amiga, because obviously I feel like Amiga at this point, they've built up a bit of a legacy for themselves. I mean, even if you go ahead and check out their HLTV right now, they've got some very notable names, you know, Idis Balance, you've got Lollipop 21K, you've got Geo, and even in terms of their ranking, they are pretty far up. Not quite cracking the tier 2 scene just yet. I do believe they're at that 2.5 mark. They're playing in that, they're around that rank 38. But on the other hand, Amiga, Fate, obviously, they don't really have too many officials under their belt, so it's a very different story.
Yeah, you know, but I think there's some drama going on that side of the table, right? Because if you look at how these teams progressed into the tournament, obviously Fate had to get through the Bulgarian qualifiers, right? And when you look at the Bulgarian scene, you have got two team names that distinctly are above the rest, right? That is by far Skade and Feed, right? There's no doubt about that. Those two teams have been the better Bulgarian teams across the board for about a year now, right? But guess what? Guess who won against Fiend? And that was Fate. So valiantly, they made their way to CEE Champions. Valiantly, they've found a spot now into Group B. And who knows? Maybe they'll find an upset against Amiga Gaming today.
Yeah, but what's going to be separating them from getting a chance to show what they did against Fiend is this veto right now. You know, it is going to come down to it, because the best of one, it can be a very fickle affair. Are we going to have another Dust2 Mirage situation? No, thank God, because I've just casted way too much Mirage in the past couple of days, and we get to see Inferno. Now, of course, this is one of those really tried and tested maps. It'll allow both teams to feel incredibly comfortable, and if you're looking at an underdog matchup, that's often the kind of map I do enjoy watching, because you see the underdog team having a much easier time with the basics. There's not going to be anything too advanced, and oftentimes, purely based on individual firepower, you can come out on top even if you are the worst team.
Do you really want to go up against an Amiga and Inferno, though, right? For the past year, I think Inferno is their most played map. For the past year, that is their most won map. So I guess that's not taking the most recent statistics into sort of consideration, but if you look in the grand scheme of things and how much this organization and how much this stack of players have played this map and how well rehearsed they are on it, and against the caliber of teams they played against on this map. So when you look at Fate, their odds aren't great, but as you said, they do have that little inch of potential success due to the fact that this map can be favorable for upsets.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we are kind of hoping that they can show us something crazy on Inferno, but you know what? That isn't really going to be the only game for today. Obviously, even if they end up losing out, they are going to get another chance in the lower brackets. But if you lose 2 best of ones, then it's going to be GG and WP for your squad. So they have to be very careful. I know that best of ones might feel a bit fickle, but when you get to play 3 of them, they can be very important with regards to deciding things. But in the meantime, of course, you can also go ahead and check out CEE Champions.com/giveaway. I talked about it a little bit yesterday as well, and man, there are some really solid prizes. I mean, as somebody that's broadcasting, somebody that's streaming, I think an i9 11,900K would be pretty juicy in my computer.
Very juicy. I wouldn't mind any of these prizes. Even the Intel H10 I would not mind at all. So in that regard, I'd literally have anything. I'd join if I could, but obviously being talent, I'm not sure if I can join up. But I have to ask on that because
I'll be perfectly honest. I'll be perfectly honest. I joined it.
Yes. Of course you would. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But I will ask either way. I will try and behave, and maybe the production could give me an answer in that regard soon enough because I want to join it. So I hope you guys do as well, and make sure you support our partners in the process. But for us, looking at these 2 teams, right, in Amiga and Fate, 2 teams we've looked into the past. I guess one of the storylines that we did already kind of talk about is Fate taking on Fiend and beating them. In that regard, the Bulgarian teams coming into the Central and Eastern European Championship seem to be some of the favorites, right? So Fate coming into this, they've got a lot of hopes on their shoulders, a lot of, I guess, a lot of pressure perhaps to perform, because beating Fiend and now having to take their be in their shoes really to try and win this tournament is quite a bit of pressure, considering that the Bulgarian scene is very passionate when it comes to Counter-Strike. So I'm just trying to think of the other sort of the elephant in the room, because let's be honest, Fate, they've kind of been a team where they've been providing players to other teams, right? One of them has been Han, who coincidentally did go to Fiend, and they did win against Fiend. So that's interesting. But in that regard, you know, you've also got Solo, right, who has moved on to Team Finest. So it is something that you need to take into consideration too, because this Fate hasn't really been stable when it comes to their roster, and when they're a 5-man player that hasn't been around for too long, there's not too much experience, and you don't know how much you can expect from them.
Well, we are going to be heading straight into the game. So any questions you've got, they are going to be answered very, very soon. Heading into Inferno, first best of 1. And well, things are about to get pretty juicy. I'm super excited to see if Fate have something up their sleeve, you know, because obviously when you come into this matchup, you think that Amiga could potentially make it very one-sided. And if you look at the games from yesterday, Group E, that was a complete shut down. You know, it was a very one-sided affair, and I'm hoping that these stack teams can make something different happen.
Ooh, back to Group B though, because Lollipop and Lear, all of them start to join in with the kills. Just the 1-on-2 remaining in favor of an Amiga Gaming. If you look at Patrick right now, he's gonna go for this pursuit. The bomb will go down. It should be a simple plant from the Amiga. Utility lacking in that way, but that means Patrick has some space to work with. Some damage to be dealt here. Oh, that's gonna be a simple first kill onto the Lear, but that just reveals Brilliance's position, and Amiga run away with first blood.
It's actually crazy that it even got down to only 1 member remaining on the Amiga squad, especially with how dominant their entries were around mid. You know, they took full brackets control. They were able to shut everything down. The only player that could even have a say in the matter was a player around Arches, and even that was only good for 1 kill. So Fate, they did a pretty good job of keeping things close, but did they actually have 2 members alive in the previous round? I think one just had very little HP, and I thought he passed away.
No, but I think the second player was around 60 points of health, something like that. But still, yeah, I understand why the confusion may have come through. But early aggression from Fate, and considering they've got lesser weapons to work with, quite an important pick.
Yeah, and they've actually gotten the bomb down at the edge of Banana, so perhaps that could have led to a bit more info if Nemiga hadn't taken control of Banana. So good job from them, managing to nestle themselves into the top end of Banana. And Fate, they want to reroute their efforts based on the information that'll be brought through from the flank. Raftu, he's got such a massive task ahead of himself right now, because not only does he have to get the info, he needs to do it fast. 1 kill connected, and now he's a thorn in their back.
Now Brilliance has made his way onto the site. The bomb plant should be simple, but as you say, Thorns can come out of anywhere. Stepping on them can do some damage, but it's mostly due to the fact that it's kind of like an obfuscation. In a sense, Lollipop does deliver in his end. 3 against 2 already, so Nemiga are converting. Crisis has been averted. Fate need to back away, save those weapons, because this round is going to the side of the Belarusians.
They've still managed to save a Galil, and Hybrid has a UMP, so although the next round isn't going to be the best in the world, they can still hope to claw an eyeball out or two, maybe get a scratch in at best. But you know what I'm really worried about, Pavlos? I do not want this to be a one-sided affair. We've seen it time and time again in between teams, especially in a tournament like this where teams can be of many different calibers. You know, you're looking at some teams that aren't even on HLTV, and then some that are in the tier 2 scene, a team that has beaten Fiend of all things. So with a mixed bag like that, results are very difficult to predict. Now, I don't want this thing to be one-sided, so I'm still holding a candle out. I'm hoping for the best from Fate.
Still early days, of course. I did play a game on Inferno the other day, but of course it was the 9-round iteration of it. So yeah, you can understand how much the CT side had a disadvantage in that regard. So it was a clean sweep as it started on the T side. I think the enemy just lost morale, losing, I believe, what was it? I don't know. I believe they only won one round the first half, but it was just too clean. Just too clean. But now we can see Nemiga Gaming moving in slowly, lining up some pieces of utility. This take should be simple. Of course, Fate stacking up most of their players towards the right side of the map, towards B. Wrong choice to be made. No lurk from Nemiga coming out so far. They're pretty comfortable taking this B site. It's just a matter of time until they start drawing in the utility. Nicky all by himself. There's nothing much this man can do. On the other side of the smokes, Nemiga Gaming make their way through. Mollies and smokes will give them some space. The boost does come out. Raftu, it's actually huge. 2 kills going to Raftu. Lear is able to bounce back, but maybe the damage has been done. 45 seconds with the numbers being punched in, but right now they need to be careful. On the lookout for the rotations. Lollipop delivers on his end, but Nikongo has to fall. Patrick quick to retaliate, but now it's a 2v3. Lollipop holding his angle with Lear on top as the rest of Fate try to walk in.
It's actually a man disadvantage for them in Fate. Perhaps they can get something done. Flashbang is perfect. Patrick gets one. Lear, last man standing. He's trying to line up the shots, but he's going to be overpowered by the Desert Eagle. Nemiga, they're going to end up losing out a round to Fate, who only had a Galil and something in the form of a UMP to work with. So Pavlos, where I was talking about getting potentially only some damage done, Raftu's ability to quickly reposition on top of the potted plant allows him to get 2 frags. That allows him to very easily have a massive impact. And I think Patrick going for a second boost, that was entirely unanticipated, because if you look at Nemiga's perspective, they're actually expecting for them to wait for the smoke to dissipate. No, they actually end up boosting as the smokes are being extinguished.
I think that's kind of the proactiveness you expect from like a tier 2 roster, right? You don't really expect someone that hasn't quite been in that level to go for that proactiveness and go for the boost that instant. So Nemiga Gaming got caught off guard, maybe underestimating their opponents, but now they need to be careful because contact is approaching. Patrick delivers double kill, instantly having impact in the round. And just like that, he just completely destroys the attack. Nemiga Gaming left with 3, but they keep on going. The flash is out, Box delivers, Brilliance doubles it up, and maybe that's the chance to contain the B site. Smoke will be thrown towards CT, but the bomb needs some time until he gets to the site.
Fate, one of their members has done a massive task at holding things down. Once again, they're gonna pull out one more trick that they've used all too many times before. Nicky takes a sweet time before he commits, but why are they not checking this angle, Pavlos? They've lost half of Lollipop's HP, and this barrage of nades doesn't make things any easier. Flashbangs to commence. Shake, coming through with an AWP. Now they've got 2 angles to work with, 13 and 12 points of health respectively, and not a chance that they survive for more than a few seconds here. Box.
A lot of faith onto Box right now. 1 on 3. Little by little, the swing comes out, but Raftu is there to stop him. Fate, they found the closer 2-on-2, and you thought this game would not be exciting. You maybe thought Namiga Gaming had a one way to victory. Well, think again, it's a best of one, and they know everything is on the line here.
Man, I love how confident Patrick felt in that position. You know, it didn't feel like he's playing up against players that are supposed to be better on paper. No, not at all. He's spraying them down like he's playing a matchmaking game. And that, of course, pushes Namiga back onto pistols. Fate trying to bully the opposition here. Only got pencils to fight back with. Fate, they're the big bully with a metal ruler. Man, those hurt as a kid.
Oh, it sounds like you're bringing out childhood trauma right now. I feel sorry for you, mate. I mean, we've all been there, right? Middle school hasn't been the best for me either. I think that's been the case for most middle schoolers. Whoa, but look at the push. I think you have to give attention to this because right now it seems like Namiga Gaming are winning out on the trades, and it shouldn't be the case. Scratch that rough through the livers with 2, make that 3 before he ends up falling. The site has been taken over. The smokes is the only thing between themselves and Fate. Shake close by. Lear spots him out, and all of a sudden Namiga Gaming have brought things to a topsy-turvy state. The bomb being planted, and with 2 left on Fate with weapons recollected by Namiga, this is doable.
They've got no utility as well to try to pivot themselves onto the bomb site. They need to time this perfectly, and they've got a chance at isolating Lear. That's exactly what happens. Box, though, last man standing, stuck in the apartments. He needs to find an individual duel before it starts becoming problematic. Taps the bomb. That's the position being relayed. No chance that he can peek into them comfortably, and the Molotov doesn't make things any easier. Box is being stuck. Oh, I love how he's weaving in and out of battle. He couldn't just get it, but he dies to the flames. Fate, they can manage to do it off of just a couple of flames.
How does that even happen? When Namiga Gaming gained the advantage when it just comes to down pistols, you thought they had a chance coming down to a 2-on-2 for the clutch. And then it was the flames to end the final member's life. You can't do that to us. And Raft did a 3-piece. It was so darn clean. The hybrid approach just was untouched. Namiga Gaming finding their way closer to the game, but without the round going in their pocket, Fate do gain the advantage. Aggressive at the start, but Patrick gets himself the return.
And I am super impressed by Fate right now. Their ability to use utility, just have a very good coordination individually among their teammates. They've done it time and time again, and you can see it playing out once again in another round, Pavlos.
Just like that, again, Fate find their way in front.
Prepared?
They're looking strong. I think they knew that their chance to show themselves worthy with this new roster is this tournament right here. And Amiga Gaming, they're caught with their pants down. Ooh, that's some damage to take if you're Patrick. It's got reinforcements, of course, and with the call being made that they're approaching, reinforcements for Shake are incoming, impending. Hybrid hasn't quite shown his card just yet, but the timing might be immaculate, and he ends up falling. An MDS close by. Patrick falls all by himself. The Belarusian with a dream in his pocket. Hybrid on the other side. He's juggling this perfectly. The swing comes out. Fade. They're toying with him.
Man, their timing is impeccable. And normally you wouldn't expect Fate to take so much initiative when it comes to these individual battles. Consistently on Banana, they've been able to equip the player that is positioned on sandbags with just enough utility being deployed by the site player that he never has problems taking duels. There is so much trust within these teammates that you can see it reflected in their duels. It reflected in the confidence that is being exhibited in these duels. Once again, Namiga pushed back into their chairs. Back to pistols. A little bit of utility. Couple of flashbangs. Time to sharpen those good old pencils once again. Although it did get pretty close when they had Tech 9s last time, Pavlos.
It really did. It really did. They were basically an inch away from getting the clutch, but it was just some flames, some timing to stand up against him in that regard. After the swing right before him, it is going to be a trade in the end, so the MP9 has been eliminated. Smoke through, but they do not care. Pushing right past it. Shake does find the first shot, fails for the second. Pressure on that flank, but right now, due to Patrick's kill, things are a lot more easier. Holding the archway in his favor. MDS all by himself. The bomb out of his hands. Hybrid will just hold that line, and Fate have composed.
Once again, you see Nemiga buying up with all they've got. They've got a few, they've got as much utility as they'd like, but Fate's dominance in economy, it's not something you really expect out of them this early on. At least you would expect the rounds to be a bit back and forth, and truthfully, they are to some degree, but Shake being able to build up 7,000 and other teammates nearly following suit, this is very indicative of a dominant performance, I say that, and Nemiga are starting to put the pressure.
But to be honest, Nemiga's pushes onto Banana have been shaky at best, right? It's not like they're respecting Fates' positioning when it comes to these early duels, and that has costed them greatly. Now, with a little bit more respect, they spend a lot more utility to gain this access, but Nikki close by could catch them off guard. This is quite unorthodox, and it seems to have caught them. No, MDS does win out on that trade, which means Hybrid is left all by himself. Shake is coming in as the assist, but right now, Nemiga, their plan is set. They may have a lollipop stacked towards the A site, but other than that, they can just play time, try and play with information, and they may find the advantage towards B.
Making their way on to B. Hybrid is just too good on that AK-47. He's made things palatable for Shake, and he's got information. He's got eyes on both of these members. Nearly spots ahead, but Lollipop was really toying with him there, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. But who can blame him, right? I mean, they were toying in with him a couple of rounds ago. But yeah, Inferno's not disappointing at all, right? I mean, Amiga Gaming, they find themselves back into the game, so it's not Fate completely dismantling. But MDS's start there was just impeccable, right? Look at that, slowly peeking out. Even though Hybrid did a stellar job of holding things out, the coordination with a 1-2 stack from Nemiga was just crispy clean. They managed to come out on top with the numbers.
Two rounds in between them for the equalizer. But Nemiga, so far, they've looked incredibly shaky. They keep going for these bread and butter setups towards Banana, but they've never actually mollied out sandbags, okay? Is there a flashbang ready? Oh no, Patrick just mistimed it horribly. And I think Nemiga have caught wind of this. They immediately want to move on to the B bomb site because they think they might have cleared it out entirely, but that's not the case. Hybrid, he wants to stick it out for the long run and make sure that he can wait as long as he can to get as much information as he will. Shake, taking his sweet time on the reinforcements as well. Let's see if he's going to be caught off guard. I love their communication here.
I really do as well, but the thing is that they've killed two people and they're not quite sure if there's a third one lying in sight. Lear holds his ground. Hybrid's position yet to be compromised now with that smoke. He's definitely showing there's someone lying within it, giving away a potential card that he could have used. No, knowing that position, good headshot for the first. Has to deal with another two lollipop right in front of him, Hybrid. No. You're toying with him. MDS all by himself. What can you do? Quick reaction timing, but Hybrid is there to convert. Fate, they get themselves on a 6th round.
That was nearly meant to be a guaranteed round for Nemiga. They should have been able to get onto the B bomb site very early, just use a smoke, instead of waiting for the rotations to come in to try to kill the Opper. No, they should have been on the B bomb site. They should have deployed utility early on, make sure that Hybrid's not there. But I do really respect how Hybrid played it. You know, he realizes that 2 members being missing from his squad on the B site, of course, will reel them in. They're going to think there's not anybody remaining, and after the AWP gets killed off, then they have even more assurance that Hybrid is not there. But, you know, with that smoke being deployed, I really did expect Nemiga to respond better, but see if they can make something happen with the pistols.
Generally, Nemiga's been coming up against a lot of blockades, if you will. Pillars in the road. It's just been frustrating all the way. Fate, they found answers to most of their pushes, and now they're not making this eco round very easy, are they? I mean, obviously, not much of an investment on the Belarusian side, but Fate as the Bulgarian representative is doing a stellar job of holding things down. But Apartment's control from MDS does mean he does collect an MP9 for his troubles. But if he can convert that into further pressure, that's what he needs. Assistance from Brilliance to arrive. There's well close by.
Nice nade.
Really trying to make it through. Ooh, Raftu, he spotted them out. Brilliance wins on out. Is trade the only AK-47 in the squad. Does play dividend now. Lear does gain ground towards the side. That's where the bomb can go down. Raftu overwhelmed from the flank, and Amiga Gaming, they've got control of A.
That flash being a couple seconds earlier would have completely changed the outcome of that duel. And now Hybrid and Patrick, they're considering, not quite. They'll talk themselves into the comfort of the T-spawn. You know, they make a nice little bed, have a cute little mattress, have a blanket. Although I don't think anybody would want a blanket in Inferno. I think it's pretty sunny out. I kind of want them to look directly up for a second.
Oh, to look at the sun?
Is that where?
That'd be nice.
Yeah, is that where players go when they save? Or do they just wait the night out? Is that what a respawn really is?
Those questions are just on a different level. So
That's
I'm just
also
say
how they manage to repair a bomb
Savior
site.
can answer those.
Well, it's crazy how Fate can do a lot with little resources, and they're really good at fending off those gun rounds. But when Nemiga pulls out the pistols, Fate are unsure of what to do against unorthodox game plans. And I think speed might have been the big difference maker for Nemiga. I feel like getting onto bomb sites earlier might be one of the big difference makers if they decide to do it now. Even in some of the previous rounds, not getting to a bomb site fast enough was the problem.
Peekaboo.
A lollipop gets punished by the MP9. Yeah, no chance. Doesn't survive. And Amiga, now they reroute their efforts towards B.
Oh, that's got to hurt. Namika had an advantage there when it comes to weaponry. And now they need to be scared of their lives because they've lost entire mid control. Nikki does fall back from it in the end, but Amiga Gaming, with no knowledge of that, need to methodically retake that control. That flank is ever so important for them if they do opt for the banana push, but due to those earlier circumstances, conversion back to the A bomb site is what this looks like. And MDS making their way towards apartments. Fate, what a good job so far.
Yeah, I look at how they're not even budging. They're confident that this 2 and 3 setup is going to work because it has so far. No chance they're going to let them onto a bomb site. They've got adequate utility. Hybrid's got a Molotov for B. So they don't really need to be very proactive at all. But in they go. Shake will be the first man to connect. Doesn't quite connect his shots, but Raftu is still tucked into the corner. Do they check it is the big question. Gets one head, looking for more action, and the reinforcements, they've already arrived. Before he can even get checked, Raftu's done so much damage, but look at Box. He's quickly made it a 2 versus 1. Hybrid looking very proactive with taking these duels. It's just Box remaining in a 1 versus 1. Has to defend the bomb, and Box gets away with a 3K that saves the round for Nemiga.
How does Box even do that? That is not legal. Box, what on earth? Fate, they had the advantage, but with Box holding off, both holding off Arch and Library, the controlled spray onto 2 players there was just everything. You have to give credit for Fate for the early mid aggression, for them holding their ground towards the site, for after getting that 2-piece, but look at Box.
It wasn't even a headshot. I thought that Fate would be able to recover simply because of the low HP on the last Amiga member, but that's not the case at all. And Fate, they have to play a pistol round of their own. And where we initially thought that Fate was starting to run away with it, Nemiga bringing it to 6 rounds on the terrorist side, they've already proven that they can make it equal. And if they can do it on the T side out of all things, that will end up giving them the advantage as the game goes on.
Well, this is becoming a very close game, isn't it, for us?
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a matter of who takes it to the next step now. 6-6, anyone's game, really. The equalizer found now by an Amiga, courtesy of Box. They need to consider their actions carefully. They've had a good advantage before. But now sticking ahead on the CT side is of vital importance. This map could mean heading to the upper bracket of their own group. Considering Headhunters and Budapest 5 are on the other side of that bracket, they want to make sure that's going well. Lear, he was looking away in case of a flash, but he ends up dying because of Hybrid. Quickly, Namiga Gaming finding themselves on the back foot as Fate gain control.
Namiga, they have their players spread across the sites, but Shake made quick work of Lollipop. Now, it's crazy how Namiga can have these bouts of individual brilliance and then suddenly everything falls apart. What's going on here, Pavlos?
It's hard to say, really. But I'm just trying to see if MDS can run away with anything extra here. Or did you? Not quite sure. Been given over. I think Shake did spot him out in the end there, but Fate, that's the 7th.
If Fate can get to 9 rounds, then I would be very confident that they're not going to drop the ball on the terrorist side. But right now, we've only actually seen Fate's CT side. I haven't seen them play the T side just yet, so maybe they're better at playing in passivity. Maybe they're just better at communicating, at holding the angles. It's something that will reveal itself as the game goes on.
Early steps of aggression for Fate, potential to push, but it's Bananas what they're going for. Caught out with his gun not into his hands, and therefore ends up dying. A Hybrid does manage to get a kill onto Brilliance, but it's an HG grenade to kill him off in the end. Confusing. In that regard, if you look at Lollipop, he's being busy over towards A. No, Rafton makes clean work of that. I think Namiga's pushes are looking really messy right now for us. This does not look very much like Namiga. And Fate, they're taking advantage of these bad plays. 8-6. They've guaranteed they'll be ahead at halftime.
But you know what? You might think that they're going to have a very easy round here, but no. We've seen how dangerous these pistols can be in Namiga. They've done it time and time again. I believe they've gotten 2 rounds off of just having a Tech 9 buy, and I still do believe that they've got a chance of getting 7 rounds before this thing ends. But here we go. Last round, first half. Smoke to be deployed. I love how Shake just walks past him. Smooth criminal. It makes his way through. And Box, he's going to have to suffer for it. Shake nearly doesn't get punished, but eventually he will come in. Getting greedy for the weapon, though, Lollipop will be shut down, and that only leaves MDS. AK in hand, has to deal with 3 players. And I said AK, but it's actually the infant AK. It's the Galil, which won't really be helping him out too much in getting that last round. 9-6.
Wow. Well, I'm sure not many of us expected this matchup so far. I am both impressed, confused, and wanting to see more, that's for sure, for us. That's just funny that Box was just able to pass by him like that.
Yeah. Well, heading into the pistol round, this is going to be indicative of how Fate is as a team. You know, I want to see if they're well-rounded on both sides of the spectrum.
Dualies. For us, we're looking at dualies. That is making me excited, although Fate, I mean, you can see that they've done a lot of damage so far, and they're causing some havoc towards Brilliance. Down to 8 HP, and Lollipop also just under 60. Box in need of falling back up right now because the aggression is coming forth. Lollipop, 2 quick dinks, puts them back into the lead. Nick and Hybrid do manage to bounce back, but all of a sudden it's down to a 2-on-3.
They've got plenty of time to go for repositionings because Namiga, they're not close to the bomb site just yet, and they get a 10-second head start. Hybrid, Waiting for that smoke to fade. I think he spotted ahead. That's another headshot. It's going to be so hard to fight against these Glocks. Brilliance gets one, though. He only has to get 3 shots in if he could have landed the headshots, but it's simply not enough. Man, Brilliance not being taken out by the Glock headshot, that completely changed everything because he wouldn't have gotten the kill on the player in pit. Bit unfortunate, but Nemiga, they come out on top.
That was crazy by Lollipop, though. You know, those quick dinks onto 2 players. I think it was just 2 shots, 2 kills. As simple as that. I hope we get to see that again. Dink, dink. Beautiful.
He wasn't even aiming for the member behind him.
I mean, it works. If it works, it works, right? And I guess Brilliance and MDS were there to deliver, to pick up the pieces, you know, where they left off. And Amiga, that's the round they needed to close up this gap.
And then you're actually going to find Fate in a disadvantage. If Nemiga can line up a few rounds without losing too many players, I think I can start to see why they're the better team at the...
I want to see the replay of that, please.
Yeah.
I want to see the highlight because he wasn't aiming at him. He was moving
Lollipop
for us. He was moving.
Them even when he was on the pistol round. And he does it again.
Well, Lollipop with the ability to bend bullets.
Just focus real hard on them. Manifest the bullet going through your opponent's skull.
Oh, what childhood story was that? Matilda. Matilda, right? Did you know the story of Matilda?
Listen, man, I read it when I was like 7 years old.
Yeah, but she could like move everything. Good kill for Brilliance. Good riddance of opposition. Nikongo puts that hand cannon to the test. Lit one by himself, but peeks out with 2 right up against them. That's an opportunity for Fate to get the bomb down. Spray down from Lollipop, trying to pick up the pieces. With the bomb down, that's the extra cash in the bag, but that's all she wrote. That chat that Nemiga Gaming, they managed to convert.
I want to see if this is going to be as one-sided for Nemiga on the CT side as it once looked for Fate in the early vestiges of the first half. Because the amount of control Fate had over Nemiga's mental was just nuts.
Yeah, we're going to see it again. Yeah, that's not where he was aiming at, man. It shouldn't have worked.
Love it.
I mean, it's been a couple of times.
Doesn't actually... Yeah, he just doesn't like aiming at them.
Oh, yeah, but it works, so I guess he makes good use of it. It's the reason why the M4A1S is so powerful, right? For us, definitely not because of the increased damage onto the body. It's 100% due to the ability of bending bullets. Lollipop again going for the tactic, but this time can't quite bend it onto Hybrid's head. Quickly does find his way into a position where Fate have an advantage on the buy round.
You're actually playing a much slower style of play than you anticipated, well, than what we witnessed from Nemiga. What Nemiga did on their T side is that they took early control of Banana, however as sloppy as it may have been. But Fate are willing to dedicate only a couple members on either side of the map, and then eventually turn it into the actual take. Now, with 50 seconds remaining, their eyes are set on A, but they've already conveyed a lot of information, and they've lost a player as well. Before they can even get onto a site, they only come down to 2, and man, that just ended way too quickly.
That's just clean. Nemiga Gaming, I think they're showing us who's boss, who's here to command things. Fate did have a chance with a buy round here, but it's just shut down its track. So I think you were right for us. Now that they're on the CT side, they may have a chance, but of course now me saying that completely dwindles their chances and hopes because I just cast the curse there. Unless I mentioned it, then things get put back on its head. But yeah, we will never find out how the mysterious ways of cast the cursing works.
We're just never clever enough to figure it out, but it's okay. Oof. Ooh. Ouchie.
It helps if you're looking at the right direction.
But
of course, with
when you get ready to iron your clothes and you kind of forget that you left the iron on earlier, and then you Did a chicken just fall on the battery?
Oh, the chicken startled me. I was like, what was that?
You could see the chicken butt fly across the screen.
It's raining chickens.
Well,
Quick shot for MDS though. Patrick has to fall. So quickly, Namiga have a stellar advantage in this. Fate, they have to fear for their lives a bit. Need to bring out some madness, some quick shots. Spray down a far Lollipop. He's not going to miss those any day. And Amiga Gaming redeem themselves, finding the lead over their Bulgarian opposition.
You see Lollipop doing that, and then you can already see that he's not actually looking at the monitor. He's closed his eyes. He's visualizing playing on those maps which allow you to train your recoil. Wait, can we get the chicken replay? Is that possible? Oh no!
Oh no! I think we skipped it. Ooh. It's those funny things,
Maybe some other
matchup. You come here for the kills. You come here for like the good plays. You come here for pro play. But at the end of the day, what you get on Inferno is chickens falling right in front of your face.
Oh, Vox wanted to pull the trigger there. I think he might have accidentally switched over too early. That could have been a free kill had he just fired the shot. But now Fate with the disadvantage. I want to see how far Namiga can take it. Obviously, you know, being the top dogs that they are, they have the potential to be as dominant on Inferno as well. And they're exhibiting it for now. And with very little money remaining for Fate after they get through with this round, it's going to be a fickle affair. But Lear is not showing the same kind of confidence as Fate did, but he can still manage to get away with a kill. Smoke lined up, he's trying to find the right nook and cranny to nudge himself into it. But Fate have a lot of pressure. Okay, yeah.
And now it's down to 4-on-4. Now 3 have found their way towards the... No, 2 actually. I can only see the body of Lear on the minimap there. But 2 on their way on Namiga's Gaming's case right now. Good positioning by Lollipop. A little bit deeper than anyone would expect from a rotating player. In they go. Flash out. Raftu in there for assistance. But Lollipop is there to stop him. Hybrid with a quick back around. Brilliance is still on site though. Need to be wary of that spray down for him. That's going to be a 2-piece shake. All by himself. AWP, he knows where he is, but needs to be careful. Misses out. And that is
nice
Box
shot.
falling. Not the intended target, but Brilliance. What
Ooh.
a kill! Shake, you were fully flashed and still gets the kill. And now it's down to 1. MDS, the time is of essence, and it's in his favor. Shake with a bomb at hand is where MDS will get the kill.
I'm not gonna lie, I was pumping my fist a little bit, you know, go Shake, after he gets that kill through the flash. Man, that was wonderful stuff, but it's a bit unfortunate that MDS talked him into a grave right after.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting
really
such a play.
Yeah, not at
Because-
all. I wouldn't expect him to hit those shots.
Absolutely not. And I think I messed up my words in many of those occasions. I was like, yeah, there's no chance. This is it. This is where I can just calm down, make sure the tempo is getting to a close. But instead, Shake completely amps up the tempo. But here we go.
Have Fate
Namiga
won a
Gaming
single
should have
round
this in
on
the
the
bag.
terrorist side yet?
I don't think they
Did
have.
that make
I
it
think
7 or was
Fate
it 9 to
had
6?
9 to 6 at half time. So yeah, Namiga
oh,
Gaming
man,
haven't dropped a single
that's
one.
really rough. They're about to be on the verge of, well, they are on the verge of getting 6 rounds in a row.
Unless you jinx that. No, Lollipop. Short. Ooh, okay, spots up a leg. Box there to assist. Simple stuff. Nikki, all he's got is a colourful deagle and a dream. Seems like the colourful deagle will give him an extra kill. Put that into his tally, but other than that, Namiga, unstoppable this second half.
With how easily they've managed to chain together 6 rounds, I would be hard-pressed to find a reason for Namiga not to be able to get 4 subsequently. Once again, Fate, they're looking around on their couches. Maybe there's a couple pennies to be found after this, but this is a very important round because it'll allow Namiga to have a ramp onto 14. Early utility, Fate, I think they're trying to take these early duels, but Box gets a chance to tuck himself into a corner. He's got the luxury of having Lollipop watching his corner, so he doesn't even have to commit to these duels. simply goes for these one-off peeks. If it doesn't work, no problem at all. Lollipop will be there to secure him.
Shaken
Pavlos, what are you
Poor
thinking?
guys.
I mean, if they manage to get a couple of more kills like that, could be doable. But of course, they need to be handed to them, and Nemiga Gaming need to make those mistakes. So it's not completely dependent on fate here. If Nemiga Gaming just hold their ground and hold the right angles, it should be okay. And especially considering that Fate does have some utility to work with to get those CTs out of their positions and into the open, it could be what they needed. But no, Box puts his dent into Shake there. Rafter himself with a molly at hand will only hope to do some extra damage. They know exactly where he is. They will pre-fly his position, and in Mika Gaming, they keep things going.
What's the change you'd want from Fate to bring forth? Because I feel like Nemiga are playing it in a much more standard style of play, and what was successful for Fate was being on the CT side, you know, playing it in a very unorthodox fashion, but now that they're on the T, it feels like the tried and tested methods of playing the T side are working better. But look at this! So much damage off of the nades. Brilliance and Lear, they will be scratching their heads. They cannot get much done. Lear still trying to stay alive for his team, trying to buy as much time as he can, but the nade will be the Grim Reaper that tucks him into bed. Very little HP on the Fate squad. Lollipop docks himself in. First kill, looking for the kill in first oranges. That's connected as well. And it shouldn't be too long until they can find the rest of these as well. Nick is the only man remaining that can even potentially get something done. But that's 2 headshots. It only leaves Box in a 1 versus 2. Nade connected. Finally gets the AWP shot, and he can switch over to the pistol, but he doesn't know how much HP Patrick has got. Sticking for the full defuse. The P250 missing shots. He can't find it through the smoke. The knives. Oh my goodness, that was... He even gets it with the no-scope at the end, Pavlos.
What on earth was that round? I need to control myself because, ladies and gentlemen, I want this statistic, and if we can have it production, I would be so happy. How much damage overall with nades has been inflicted that entire round on both sides? And also, the pistols, they got 4 kills. And then in the end, Box manages to ninja defuse it with a no-scope in the end with like 1 HP. That round had everything.
Cannot believe that he missed a knife on that. You would expect it to be an easy wrap-up, but Nemiga, they march on forward. Any chances that Fate thought they had, they're starting to dwindle. Couple of rounds away from that victory. And Nemiga, they are solidifying themselves as the top dogs here. I like how the Observer is taking their time to show us the nade damage. Love you, man, whoever it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So much. We can also see the mouse for appreciation. Oh, are you just trying to make hearts? I like that. Oh, that's so cute.
Who will nod with the cursor?
Oh, God, I love the production team. Much love, much love. But right now, it's equal standing all across the board. Of course, Riflery have been able to be picked up from the Fate side. 1 kill per team. This particular instance, 40 seconds, MDS on contact points. A lot of obfuscation towards the B site, and that could be confusing. 2 kills, one after the other. Somehow, one of them who was through the flames, no clue how that happened, but now we're with 2 against 4. And now, with a bomb being planted, Nemiga Gaming, there's only one choice you can make here, and that is save.
I like how they're willing to take just cut their losses even if they are in a position like this. Even with Box being on $11,000, they're not going to allow it to spiral out of control. They'll let Fate get to those double digits. I mean, it's the only round they've won in the half. So maybe this is a bit of a sigh of relief for Fate, but they can't lean onto a chair or a stick just yet. Obviously, they've got to get a lot more done. Is this some kind of Mexican standoff going on here? A Fate player? I think it's Nick and Lear just nearly in each other's crosshairs. Oh, they both got a shot off. Nick actually got headshotted there.
Yeah, unfortunately that wasn't an AK for the Nemiga Gaming side, therefore that is the first round of Fate this half. Finding their way onto double digits, 4 away from their opposition. Still with money in the bag, this is doable. But it's that first kill from Rafter that gave him everything.
Mm-hmm. Patrick gets the initial shot off, and Fate are relying on some of these individual entries to come through, because if they don't, maybe you're basically set to end up winning this round. And I was gonna call it the series, but it's a best of one.
Best of one still can be called a series in a way. Series of rounds rather than matches. Rafter though puts Fate into a good spot. Okay, it's the second time in a row Nemiga have to go for a save, and that's something that I hoped we wouldn't be seeing all that much. We didn't see this on the first half, but it seems like it will be the case this time around, where savings on the CT side is a frequent occurrence. Now Nemiga Gaming, obviously, not having too much money to buy up with the next round. Importantly so, need to save up with these rifles. Fate will get themselves to 11th, getting ever so closer to that elusive equalizer. And I'm sure Nemiga want to hold on. They'll play this as if they're still holding on, as if this is just the normal hold of the site. MDS make sure that the flank isn't being taken over. Shake, good little peek from him. There is still some time for the pursuit of MDS. Little doesn't know, one player is just a couple of meters away. He's actually going for the push. He's heard the footsteps. He can run away in time. He saved the AWP.
If you look at Fate's success right now in these past couple of rounds, it's actually reminiscent of how Nemiga, they themselves came back a little bit in the late vestiges of the first half. So, you know, you can't count Fate out just yet. There's a good reason they were able to get through the Bulgarian qualifiers, and maybe they're going to throw just that. Hybrid, early smoke on top banana to restrict vision, nade stack as well. But it's not going to work out as fruitfully as it did before. Heading straight onto the B bomb site, though, this A1S is showing its supremacy as they start to move in, but Lear gets caught in the back. Patrick makes quick work of another player using his AK. Oh no, Bach, can you hit these shots? They're very important. Ooh. He managed to get a headshot off, but in the attempt of avoiding the flames, he will eventually be cornered into an unfavorable duel. Now, Nemiga, they've got pressure.
They do indeed. Lollipop does want to approach little by little. Of course, the molly will block his entryway. Hybrid does close things down. MDS, no way you go for the safe here. Well, you have to, really, unless you come out with a miracle two-piece. And then the third will have to be 1v1, but no. Knows his chances are slim. Knows he has to walk back. Little doesn't know. Shake is close by. Spots him in the end. He ends up dying as well. Fate, they're on a roll.
This is probably the worst time for Nemiga to start feeling starved in terms of money, and where I was talking about Box having 11K and whatnot, that's a pipe dream now. That's in the past. And Nemiga are going to have to show us a stellar performance if they want to stay in this game. No longer is this the case of Nemiga just powering on through. Their march has been stopped. Fate playing it very slowly. Only taking control of Banana with pieces of utility that deal damage, throwing out some nades, not even committing to a Molotov, in fact. And I love how they're willing to dish out the damage to take control of areas, and that's something you don't often teams see. You don't often see teams do.
Oh, quick switcheroo. You know, we're very used to seeing weapons being switched over. I just still am not used to seeing nades being switched over. That is something that I'll always flinch when I see for the next couple of months still.
Years, yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps. But I think we've been casting Counter-Strike so much that we'll eventually get used to it. Just like we got used to Ancient, and it's been a while since we've seen a new map in the active pool. So
Yeah, the thing is,
I think
players
it'll be the
really
case again.
haven't been fully exploiting the feature, though. How many teams have you seen consistently taking use of that? I know it's a very interesting gameplay mechanic, but I feel like its full potential is still very undiscovered.
Let's have a look at how this one will turn out, though. I mean, for not this particular round, but this matchup, right? Namiga Gaming, they've gone quite far, getting to the 14th. Some would say, just a couple of inches away, 2 rounds, but these inches have proven themselves to be miles, really, because Fate, they're making this ever so difficult for them. And with that save, obviously, it was going to be a filler, but that's also some momentum being put into the pockets of Fate and given away on such advantages. Now, they find themselves in a position where they are simply 1 round away from the difference makers. So 4 rounds in a row for Fate, with Namiga Gaming not gaining an inch for the past 4 rounds. This round is so important for them if they want this best of 1.
Yeah, this could actually be the difference maker. In fact, Fate are almost guaranteed to head over to overtime if they can't, if Namiga doesn't manage to stop them right now. Fate, they've changed up their avenue of approach, heading through apartments instead of actually taking initiative towards brackets, but it's been sniffed out by Box. He deploys a nade, takes Hybrid down to 50 points of health, takes a scratch in the process himself as well, but that is a fair bit of information being gained. But Fate's, or Namiga's unwillingness to take control of Banana right now, that could have cost them a fair bit of information. But this Molotov and Flash combo, it signifies to Fate that control, it's been taken once, and they've used up a fair bit of utility that they were supposed to use to eventually win out duels on Banana. But the time is also ticking down, so Namiga aren't feeling too worried.
Being worried, I don't think is the word in this essence, because Fate right now haven't really found their ground. I think they've made a lot of space here, but Lollipop, if he gets caught out into the open, that's where things could get difficult. Of course, utility can be expended, but he's actually going to get a little bit close. He's not quite sure. Trying to make up his mind. Hybrid does get caught out. That's Lollipop with 2. That is so massive. Namiga have the chance of a lifetime. Not quite sure if that's what they think of it right now, but it's definitely a chance to get themselves a victory. Box up onto the site, not to show his position just yet. The timing is impeccable. Down to 2.
Nasty.
Oh dear, things have turned on its head. Shake and Nikki on a 2 versus 2 against Brilliance and Lear.
They've managed to get the bomb down. 1 from Arches, 1 coming in from Brackets. Shake is going to have a hard time winning out his end of the... But Nikki, see if he wins out his duel against Lear, because that is changing everything. Waiting for Brilliance's utility. Now they move in, headshot to be connected, and Shake needs to get 2 very nasty shots in, but he cannot quite land them. Lear eventually manages to get the 15th round on the board for Namiga, and this is where Fate start to sweat.
Brilliance didn't need to push up there. He was perfectly in a position where the fact that his mere presence caused a lot of pressure onto the final member of Fate. So perfectly played, knowing their limits and knowing that they don't really need to aggress in that instance. But it all started from Lollipop's 2-piece, right? That's where they put themselves in a position where they had the numbers advantage. Of course, Box couldn't quite connect the second shot. But with the 2 players remaining, in the end, Namiga Gaming managed to convert 15 to 13, 1 round away from that victory. And of course, you can imagine why Fate have gone for a tactic pause.
A good decision from them. Obviously, they need to pause here, get their head on the game before they head into probably the most pressuring round there is right now, but at least their tournament life is not being threatened just yet. It will be in the next game. You know what? Good on them. Take as many timeouts as you need, because they might just be the last one in this map. This is going to be a very spicy round, Pavlos. You know, having the full utility on both of these squads, I think MDS can still drop over a nade or two. The same case for the terrorist side. Fate are going to be so loaded right now. And I'm really curious to see if Nemiga is going to take initiative with their aggression, because you haven't seen too much. I think Box really likes playing it in more of a flexible manner. You know, heading up apartments, heading down mid, waiting for utility to come through from Banana, all that good jazz. But he hasn't quite gotten the chance to be impactful with aggression. I want to see if that's the case. Okay, goes for a quick peek, backs away.
Potentially could be the final round of this best of one. And Amiga Gaming can hold on. But so far, so good. Box delivers, and now that's pressure from MDS. The fact that he's just there, it means that it's so troublesome. But Hybrid able to convert in that regard. They gain some space towards the apartments area. Now they can push through. Nemiga, how can they hold on from that? Because Box, he got compromised from just way too many angles. And it's just 2 against 3 in this final chapter. Shake and Raftu. 2 players against the world. Nemiga Gaming fully health and fully equipped to take this on. But Raftu, that's a good leading shot to get him started with. He knows exactly where they start to come from. But Nemiga Gaming don't quite know where Shake is also. From the same angle, it's hard to guess that they are from the exact same position. Good spray for the first. HG got 8 for that chip damage, but it just goes too wide. Oh. Shake! What on earth? He manages to bring it back into a victory, and 14 rounds are now into the Fates' hands.
I love how Shake takes his sweet time, because having one player in pit acts as a decoy, and they won't think that both players are playing off of the exact same position. Love it. Fate now only 1 round away from guaranteeing overtime, but can they do just that? And Amiga, they've exhibited signs of promise, or exhibited signs of brilliance, when they themselves have been pressured, when they've been down to pistols. Can they do that on the CT side, though? That's a big question.
There, that's the perfect angle for an MP9. That's what you need, and Shake does know exactly where he is, but the flash is perfect. He even collects an AK-47, not enough time to retreat. But right now, Nemiga Gaming have got some space to work with, some time before everyone from Fate can move into the B side. Box holds his ground. Scout, not the best weapon for this situation. Brilliant. Again, Repeats needs to consider second position. Brilliant. He holds it down. MDS to connect the final member, and Nemiga Gaming finally scratch away this victory.
That was so well played. They should have gotten that round. That should have been the overtime, but that's just not the case. Just off of one member looking around and... Well, I wouldn't have expected that 90-degree flick at all. Man, he just held down the wire and he just kept on delivering. Wonderful stuff here. Nemiga Gaming show why they're the top dogs, but it simply wasn't too convincing, was it, Pavlos?
No, it wasn't as convincing as anyone expected, but I guess at the end of the day, it's a best of one, and that's all that matters. They managed to get the victory, and they get themselves to the top of the bracket when it comes to Group B. Up next is Headhunters, and Budapest 5 to be played on this channel. Make sure you do not go anywhere, but I've got one final remark for us to say. I do love that I'm back on CEE Champions. The level that these teams are performing, they're not only performing for the organizations, they're playing for their teams, for their entire countries. So I love that, and I hope you stick around, because the next matchup will not disappoint either. I said this before for us, but I'm going to say it again. I do love that I'm back on the CEE Champions, and now that everything is coming together. We've already seen so many groups get out of get their games played out, but now in Group B, things are definitely disappointing. We've already seen Fate and Amiga go head-to-head in that 16-14 fashion. When Amiga Gaming getting to the qualification spot, where with another victory, they managed to get the first seed. Of course, they have to beat Headhunters or Budapest 5, depending on this next matchup's victory.
And you know what? In that previous game, I feel like we had a pretty solid narrative going on about how Fate, although their HLTV ranking doesn't truly reflect how they are as a team because they were able to top the Bulgarian scene, this is a bit more one-dimensional. I do think that Headhunters aren't at the level of Budapest 5, and I'm a bit worried here, Pavlos. Do you have any magical stories you can weave for me right now? Because yesterday I saw some really one-sided games, and I'm a bit worried that might be the case once again.
I think there is a story where there is a chance for Headhunters. You know, Budapest 5 aren't at their best either because of Kronos leaving in September. You know, they've had instabilities when it comes to these situations. But I didn't even get to see the map we're playing. We're going to see it right away. Dust 2. Oh, Dust 2. No, Mirage. I don't even know my maps apparently. But the pistol round comes out right away as the two teams go head to head.
Well, as we head into Dust 3.5, it's going to be Headhunters
much,
taking control of the B bomb site. They've already lost a member in the attempt. Oh, that was a bit sloppy.
But in they go. Coolio onto that catwalk position. Of course, they've taken over multiple flanks. Is that the bomb? Okay, no, okay, never mind. I saw something on the map and I thought it was a bomb for a second, but it's not. The bomb is being planted. XD does deliver. Aaron, quick back at it again, but no. Budapest 5 down to 1-on-2, and it's down to Corey. Can't quite find the shots, reloads, and somehow is still alive. Has to deal with the final two. XD and Suplik on either sides of his angles, but XD is the man to find that headshot. And Headhunters, well, they hunted heads and they find themselves the first round.
There's something very special about someone entering a tournament with the name XD.
You know what? I respect that though. I really do. Because I use XD in like every second sentence I write on.
Yeah, but it has to be the lowercase XD. Listen.
True. Mine is
XD,
always the lowercase XD.
Cringe.
Yeah, no.
Lowercase XD, acceptable. X,
right.
capital,
okay.
D, lowercase, that's ideal.
EXD? So like X Warrior, but instead it's like XD?
Sorry,
yeah,
man,
maybe
you're
not,
getting
maybe
kicked
not.
out.
Okay, fair enough.
Stop trying to make a staple of internet culture your own brand. You can't get to market yourself here.
No, definitely can't right now, but look at this. Budapest 5 with somewhat of an investment to work with. On they go towards short. Corey there with a scout, not quite the headshot he would like. But Headhunters, that's some information relayed over. I think he spotted out 2 or 3 heads in that regard. Jumps over, spots out another. They cross towards short, and that's the call given over to the rest of Budapest 5. Smoked off. Now he has no information. Metzel from short. Corey delivers with his own scout, but how more can he deliver? Metzel repositions. One behind the left side of the smoke. Delivers with a headshot. Now Metzel ends up dying with Suplik's headshot, but is a 3v4, and Budapest 5 is quickly falling one after the other. Coolio, there's no way they know he's here, and that could be ever so deadly. Oh no, that's not what he wants. He wants a finishing blow. Aaron re-swings, and that is another finishing mark onto one of the players, and it's down to a 2-on-2. It's ever so close. 30 seconds. Corey does make his presence known towards Market, but they haven't played time correctly. And Headhunters, they get themselves a second.
Is Budapest 5 going to end up struggling against Headhunters? That'll be very impressed if that's the case. But in the meantime, while we go through a little timeout, you can go ahead and check out CEChampions.com/giveaway. There's a lot of cool intel, Mars. There's a bunch of CSGO skin, a bunch of games, mice, keyboard, headsets, the whole lot. And if you're listening to this intel, come on, drop me a cute little i9 11900, okay? Just contact me. Let me know.
You sneaky
Somebody
man.
from Intel's headquarters just listening to this, and he's like, yeah, no shot.
No, absolutely not. Not after the XD jokes. Yeah, no, I think the XD jokes were more my fault than yours. But I take you down with me. That's how it goes, right? That's how this duo ship.
Yeah, now that'll only get me an i3.
Oh, that is sad. Unfortunate.
What if it's an I3
you
in the
know,
box of an I9? That'd be
well,
sneaky.
that's even more sad because then they're teasing you. That's like a tease, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not nice to tease someone. Anyway, in that regard, let's have a look. Headhunters, they're shown good confidence. Don't know. I just happened to yawn mid-sentence. I do apologize about that. I had no control over it. My body just decided, hey, let's interrupt you for a second. And it looks like Budapest 5 have also been interrupted because that's a quick 3-0 by Headhunters.
I like how their logo is just the most low effort thing you could imagine. Just go ahead and pick up the default headshot logo from CSGO, but it's also very on brand for someone called Headhunters.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's the best logo you could go for.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, Budapest 5, obviously, need to find their way back into this. With weapons to work with. This could be similar to how we saw the second round being played out. Very, very close. And the first. Not too far off in that regard. Good positioning there from Coolio. So he will easily be able to relay information in case of an aggressive push. They've also stacked up against Ramp. It is Aaron to bounce back from that very greedy positioning from them. But then now they realize that there's mid opening for them more. AWP at hand, 2 players right up in front of him, 1 minute on the clock, so Headhunters may need to make the decision quickly. Aaron still holds his ground, does show himself on that position. And all of a sudden, Metzl needs to face up against the jungle player. He also needs to face up against XD, and there he goes. Max now on the other side. Can't quite find the right shot. It's all down to timing, and Metzl has the best of it. Again, what is that name? I got confused for a bit. Oh, Zorid. How do you pronounce it? I'm sorry. I'm making a fool out of myself. But more. Again, with the AWP, shuts down the final player, and Budapest 5 find themselves on the board.
Zori, I'm sorry. You've got 2 fewer kills than the man on the other side, and his name is Corey. Woo!
No, that didn't work for us. That didn't work. As much as I'd love to give that to you, just didn't. But is it Zorid? Ziored. Ziored.
I have no idea.
Jorid? Jorid sounds nice.
Mm-hmm. So when are we working on that mixtape, Pavlos?
When we actually are talented enough to have a successful mixtape. Unless we just want to keep on trying until we succeed. And
the good old infinite monkeys, infinite typewriters.
Yeah. This is strong from Headhunters having the numbers advantage, but now they push it in. They don't take any other chances. They're going to rush directly into it, and Coolio's taken off guard. Now, that's B-site control with a bomb planted. Budapest 5, they're locked on the other side of it.
They're not even going to try to go for it, will they? I mean, they're inside market. One of their members can't even help him out up until he takes 2 duels in apartments. No chance. Right now, they're considering the best avenue to make sure they get away with all of their weapons alive. Levy, not willing to go for an early duel. Aaron, oh, he even had the shot there. Mazorid makes very quick work of him. Headhunters are actually doing such a phenomenal job on the terrorist side, and I'm not exactly sure what's missing from Budapest 5 just yet. Now, you could say that, yes, they miss an entire player because they had a recent roster shuffle, but... What do you want to see differently?
What I want to see differently? I mean, I don't think I've seen too much of this game yet to kind of figure out how this game should be played, right? I think the quick switch of pace from Headhunters has been great, so it's been very difficult for Budapest 5 to adapt to it. But honestly, they've shown some early mid-aggression, but I think keeping things simple is a way to go for now. Try and play some simple Counter-Strike, not get too greedy with your positionings. And it probably will work out, because we know the Budapest 5 players are very, very talented. The Hungarians definitely have shown us before that they can play to a high level, and Headhunters haven't quite shown us this potential so far. So Budapest 5, if they play normal Counter-Strike, they should be able, statistically, to make things work. But as I do say that, they do aggress towards mid, so that's where they lose out, and they've only got 2 players to work with now.
The problem overall for Budapest 5 is obviously that, yes, they've got a strong core. They've got Coolio, they've got Corey, but they're missing 3 of the members that they've gotten a lot of practice with. Aaron's only been on the squad for, I believe it's been a month. And if you look at the other 2 players, they've just joined the squad. So if anything, this is a chance for them to get some practice in officials. Headhunters, on the other hand, I think they've done their homework.
Does seem to be the case. I mean, we've seen how easy it was for an Amiga to drop the ball, right? They did manage to get the victory in the end, but Fate seemed to have done their own homework. So if you're playing against teams that have a lot of registered matches, it's so much easier to do your prep. But on the other side, you know, Budapest 5, they thought they'd be facing up a simple opponent so far. Corey, here. The dink, ooh, Levy Rent, what a shot. Starflick as well, looks for the shot and chimes in for one of his own. Headhunters, they're keeping things going, and actually, if you're Budapest 5, you need to start getting scared.
I talked a little bit about how I expected it to be one-sided, but that's not the case at all, Pavlos. I have a question for you. After the M4A1S buff, would you pick it up on the terrorist side over your AK?
No, absolutely not. AK-47 is still better. One tap, one kill for the headshot. That's as clean as you want it. I don't think I switch any time.
Do you think there's any value to be found in being able to spray through smokes without being found? I think terrorist positioning is a lot more predictable anyway, so I don't think it matters.
No, I don't think it really matters that much. It depends how you want to play a specific round. I mean, if you obviously have a choice in front of you to play up against the smoke and you've got an M4A1S right in front of you, then you're going to pick that up, right? But I think it's just too niche of a situation, really. So I don't think you really want to go for that most of the time.
But Headhunters, they got most of their efforts routed towards the ace side. They only have, Budapest 5 only have Corey on the defense, and with Levy starting to chime in from connector, this is going to be a tough-ass Corey. Gets a lot of info early on, and they've actually not managed to get any info at all, as they've allowed the timer to run down to 40 seconds. So right now, Headhunters need to get a bit desperate. Soplick and Levy, though, they've opened up 2 different avenues of approach.
The next man to be contested now as Headhunters look to move in. Should be simple, right? He's only got a deagle. Surely there's not much he can do here more, is there? Oh, no. Yeah, the shots aren't going his way, are they? Can't quite bend bullets like Lollipop could that previous game. Levy. Awful victim to Corey, but other than that, I'm assuming this round is going to Headhunters. It is a 1v2. Still a doable scenario. Corey, with his knife in the air, he knows exactly what he wants to do with this, but Max, with the audio cues given over to him, knows exactly what he needs to do with that himself. So Headhunters, they keep things going and they're looking scary.
Do you think it's going to be a one-sided game from Headhunters out of all things? They're doing such a good job at playing Mirage in a dynamic way that Budapest 5 are simply not expecting. I actually don't like it when teams throw a Molotov like this, because it still allows Headhunters to get a fair bit of information. Instead, there's a narrower Molotov that you can throw at the front of the ramp itself, and that denies a fair bit of info. But Corey, looking very solid with his aim, nice and crispy, to get an uncontested kill. No trade to be available.
That's what Budapest 5 need, right? Those little instances of victories, little by little, scratching away on the T side attack. Of course, Headhunters looking to switch things up by double bucking now towards mid. Triple stacking. Or rather, now in this instance with the smoke going deeply into connector, that buys them some space. Smoke also available in that window angle, therefore they could move into it without giving any information towards Budapest 5. You can see Aaron also wondering where they could be coming from, but they're taking this very slow. And with the smoke dissipating, and if Aaron wants to go for this, Headhunters really could have an advantage, but they use an extra molly with the smoke fading out on connector. They've really wasted a lot of time here. Thankfully for them, extra utility available. They managed to cross through connector towards short, excuse me, without too much information given over. Coolio expects them. One shot does get exchanged, but not the killing blow. Coolio spray down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Mesdal not quite showing his ground. There you go, spray down from two different positions. Sprays onto Catwalk. It's going to be the killing mark onto XD, and Budapest 5, they managed to finally get another game.
Another game, another round, who's counting? Up until I see them actually looking dominant on the CT side, I'm not going to give them too much credit. Now, Pavlos, I do really like how Budapest 5 are still able to get around based off of firepower, but I'm not really a big fan of their approach. They're unable to get early mid control. They're really unable to contest it. Headhunters, they seem to have free reign all over mid. They can even nestle a player into short without any contest, and that's a big question mark for me. Because if you're a seasoned team, even if you've got only 2 members of your core from a team that used to be tier 2, I would expect mid control to be top notch. And I think they're switching up their pace a little bit now. Boost up, information relayed, have to back off.
Aaron, good instance for him. Victorious in that regard, and Budapest 5 continue with the way they've been going the first few kills. Mesdal, Everyren didn't quite know where he was hiding. For that reason, Budapest 5 still holds strong on both ends, polarizing the lineup 2 per site. Headhunters easing up towards B. If they don't drop a single player, this could be doable. Of course, with the timing being given over, now rotations can be initiated on the Budapest 5. Mesdal, 2 quick, clean kills go their way. Budapest 5, they've been able to scramble up a few in a row.
Is this the calm before the storm? Is this the storm brewing now? Budapest 5 have to show us a little bit more promise, but I'm still a big fan of their adjustment. They've sent a player into connector. They've started to pitch in their efforts towards short. Now, having a player in short, having a player in connector, of course, that's going to allow you to have control of mid. So that's something they've started to focus on. This round, however, I mean, we are expecting it to be a bit of a throwaway. And by the way, I've noticed that ever since the M4A1S got buffed, eco rounds are so difficult to win for the terrorist side. I feel like not being able to immediately get information on where you're getting shot from when you already only have pistols, it has made things very difficult.
Faraz, would you get to the point where you'd want to switch things up again for the M4A1S? Do you think it's just too overpowered now?
I don't think it's overpowered, but that's actually a very good question. I think the T side inherently, based off of the advantages it has off of the economy, it's a bit overpowered in itself. So buffing the M4A4, if anything, would probably be the right thing to do. So you still have a choice between how you play this game. But yeah, I still do expect an M4A1S nerf regardless, knowing how Valve is.
During this conversation, though, with the mid push being less than fruitful for Headhunters, Budapest 5 find themselves in a position 2 men's up. A little bit more damage to go with that as well. Aaron, no one's checking this corner. This could be a free kill on 2. Sorry, Red. More Checking up connector now. Budapest 5. They managed to spot out the bomb here. Could be everything for them. Limited in utility. Headhunters, this is their final countdown for a push. Flash being thrown. They need to go for this. Corey in towards ramp. Moore delivers on his end. Corey does bounce back with his own, and Moore doubles it up. And Budapest 5, 1 round away from the equalizer.
They look pretty different as a team now, and could it be Headhunters' initial brilliance falling through? Could it be Budapest 5 making changes? I think the latter is true for sure. They've changed up their mid-aggression. Just having additional information towards the mid-area has entirely changed how they're able to pivot their opper, and also take advantage of one-way smokes to position the M4A1 better. And wow, I'm just getting so tongue-tied right now. I have no clue, Pavlos, what's going on. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that their mid-game play right now, it's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better than it did before. Of course, the rounds that they did lose, they were very, very close. Headhunters, after being composed the first few rounds, now seem to have lost all control. Early kill also helps them out in that endeavor, but Mesdal also softened up. Could be a cleanup with one deagle shot. What a swing, Max. What a kill. That's what you need to enter. Corey on the back flank. XD deals with him nicely from a long distance. And now it seems like Headhunters have a charge. Suplik with another deagle. These deagles have another name for a reason. They're hand cannons, and they're completely annihilating Budapest 5 right now. Aaron, hot pursuit towards short with one player more over onto market. Incendiary to bait one out, but the smoke timing is just perfect. Headhunters, they've retrieved the rifle into the hands of Max, making things ever so difficult for Budapest as the Hungarians want another extra piece of this pie. Headhunters just say no, it's all ours, and they're just gonna devour it whole.
Now 1 round away from solidifying their dominance within this half. I still think that Budapest 5 have done enough to save themselves when it does eventually get down to the T side, but Headhunters, they've looked dominant enough for me that I have a lot of faith they'll be able to pull something off similar in the CT side, especially when they don't have to take initiative. Early molly, smoke, a couple of flashes, very heavy utility investment towards ramp, and it's a bit surprising that they do that. I would have liked to see more attention on mid, but it seems like this is going to work out for them. Having Aaron play close to the smoke, allowing himself to get the benefit of vision when it eventually fades, and Headhunters being perfectly situated to end up going to A, Budapest 5, their players are lined up in the right trajectory.
Aaron, good shot onto Max. Now 3 left from Headhunters. HE grenade for the long distance. Does go wide. Aaron tries to play on Gandalf, but it just doesn't work. In they go. Damage all around. Headhunters still stand strong, but yet to find access towards the site. Corey shows his ground. It's a double kill. Damage onto a third, but Moore is the cleaning man, calling the janitors. Budapest 5. They're able to get themselves back into winning ways.
I'm actually super happy to see that this has been a back and forth because, as I mentioned in the pregame, I talked a little bit about how tournaments like this one can truly be one-sided within the group stages, but so far, full points. I mean, Nemiga in their first matchup against Fate, it was a very close call. Once again, we're looking at these teams going neck and neck. So this is a group I love watching, honestly.
Absolutely, very eventful. Very close matches, and that's what you love to see in the CEE Champions, where teams are not just playing for their organizations, they're playing for their countries. They want to prove that, well, national pride is on the line. Mesdal there on the backside. XD deals with him, and down to 3-on-3. Budapest 5. Locked out of the site, but still a doable affair. They need to come quickly because Headhunters, they've already put that bomb down. Not much utility lie within the arms of Budapest. Actually, that's a lie. Got a couple of HGs, a couple of smokes, but only one flash And you need flashes for takes like these yet to be thrown. Aaron does get chunked down. The HE grenade softens 2 up. Incendiary on the back line. That could be a kill onto 1. It's quickly being down to 2 HP. Zorid still holds his ground. Max from a distance cannot find anyone. Poor man. Zorid puts a bullet straight through his skull, and Headhunters, they guarantee they're ahead at halftime.
Do you think we'll see the same kind of excellence from Headhunters when they're actually on the CT side? It's a bit of a tough question, because obviously we don't have too much information on these players. We haven't seen them ever play a CT side at all, Pavlos. So it'll be very interesting. But as we head into the last round of the first half, utility won't be fully available for the CT side, although they are pretty close to it. And once again, they start deploying a lot of attention towards mid, having one in connector, having one in the mid window. Can he thread the needle here? Oh, nice shot onto XD. Even sacrifices a few pints of blood to be able to get that shot in. And Budapest 5, a few pats on the back will be going through for getting that early kill. It's not a luxury they've been afforded many times in the past. And Headhunters, they're the ones that have to scratch their heads here for just a little bit as they reroute their efforts to a different bomb site.
Spicy kill at the start. But if Budapest 5 want this to be a close endeavor, I will never get used to the nades being switched up. Never, absolutely ever. Levy, what a swing, and he might be able to double up. No, quickly traded out. So Budapest 5 still ahead, but I think it's a scenario I've seen one too many times. The B site being approached. 1 kill goes to the way of Mesdo, repositions on top of the smoke. Oh no, Supplic wants to go for a pre-fire. Doesn't quite work out, but Zorid, he's here to stay. 2 kills go its way, and now with a bomb going down onto the site, Budapest 5 needs to come in.
Can isolate both of these duels, but will they time it correctly? The nade telegraphs the position of one of these players. One in apartments, one in short, swings out. One tap doesn't connect, but he looks away at the wrong time, trying to find the player in apartments, trying to use his teammate as bait, or, yeah, using the player in short as bait, but it simply doesn't work out. Budapest 5,
Did you say
kept it as
uses
close
bait as teammate?
Uses his teammate as bait.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why, but my brain processed it as he's used his bait as teammate.
Inputting, processing, mangling.
Maybe I thought you were speaking like Yoda for a second.
Thread the needle, he shall.
Indeed.
Watch the clutch.
And it's 2 8 to 7s in a row for us. We've had 2 games.
No,
that
it was 9 to 6. It was 9 to 6.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But it was a 16 to 14 in the end, so pretty close.
Close enough. Budapest 5 taking a page out of the book of Headhunters, as they themselves also head over to the B bomb site to start things off.
Levy with the pistol. Lurking for those shots at the start. Budapest 5 do take a tactic out of the book of Headhunters, but add another chapter themselves as moving towards connectors the way to go. They do stick the bomb towards B, so it's a great obfuscation. They've completely faked it out. That is great stuff from Budapest 5. Headhunters, you've been played like a fiddle. Corey does shot down XD in that instance. Coolio make sure that the A site is being challenged from Ticket Booth, and when he peeks out, when he spots out players, knows that the rotations has come in. Budapest 5 can pull the trigger towards the attack on towards the B side, with the kills going the way of Budapest 5. Either way, somehow, maybe Budapest 5 want to switch things up. Now they find out the B site's completely opened, and now Headhunters realize that the game plan was B this entire time.
Simply don't have enough HP to be able to get this retake. The Glocks will make it super difficult. And that was kind of brutal, the way Corey did it, you know? Just Ferrari peeking him.
Resume.
Oh, I blinked. I missed it.
Equalizer. How about that? I mean, yeah, it was 9 to 6 the previous map. Of course, Budapest 5 with this victory will make it more reminiscent of it, because I believe the team that was on the lesser rounds did win the pistol and therefore gained the advantage inevitably. And this could very much be the case again. Of course, Headhunters do spend all of their money investing in the pistols with the Deagles across the board. Definitely a difficult round for them to win, considering that Budapest 5 do have rifles to work with. But of course, you can't count out the headhunters themselves. The men can completely quash skulls if given the opportunity.
Slow round. Budapest 5. They'll be taking their sweet time, lining up utility, one in connector, one into mid. Now, as Mestel heads up, he's going to be able to spot out Levy, who's trying to get cheeky with the smoke. And the top connector in CT smoke also allows them to have free mobility over towards triple. So they're not worried about CT. They're not worried about taking these initial duels. Instead, all they have to do is check the angles around Sandwich. And Suplik, having revealed his position, he's going to be quickly put in the frying pan as well.
I'm surprised the pistols are doing quite a lot of damage, but indeed it was the AK-47 picked up by XD that would get the killing blow onto the opponent's head. Now, bomb planted, things are looking difficult for headhunters, but it's damage they're looking for, and so far with 2 kills, they may want to extend this damage further. Coolio, crucial position for him. Mestel as well flashed out. Coolio needs to play it safe. The smoke will help them out in that regard. It's just a matter of timing into when they need to peek out from the smokes like this, and Coolio picks up the perfect time. But for their efforts, for their victory, they need to lose 3 players in the process.
This is still going to be a throwaway round coming out from headhunters. Maybe we see a couple Deagles being thrown into the mix. I just said thrown into the mix, and I was reminded of those videos where people brutalize washing machines. Have you seen those, Pavlos? I think I've mentioned them before. You know where you throw a brick inside it? Yeah, you throw a brick into a washing machine and it just goes blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you told me about that. You told me about that. You know, but when you said when you
so
did say into the mix, you know what I thought about? That YouTube rewinds will no longer be the case, thankfully, because those were terrible. There will be no more. But right now, Coolio there to stay. Mac 10s across the board. Budapest 5 valiant entries, and now headhunters need to be scared for their lives. Zoraid from a distance does get chunked down to 67. Zoraid flashed out, but more is there to stay. 2 kills go his way. Coolio wants another into his own bag, and Detour needs to take a detour because he just entered the wrong entrance. Budapest 5, double digits on the board for them.
This is where we get answers to the questions we were asking in the first half. How is Headhunter's CT side? Do we see bouts of aggression? Do we see a passive style of play? Because Budapest 5, unfortunately, didn't show too much aggression at all. I was a bit disappointed to see that. I thought they would be looking very dominant, more proactive, taking the bull by the horns, all of those good old proverbs. But Budapest 5, they're willing to take the battle towards B very quickly as well. Molotov doesn't quite get a chance to bloom because there's a smoke. Now Max, he's got a big task ahead of himself, gets a shot in, and even gets some extra damage in. But as they're moving on to the B bomb site, they still have a player to worry about.
They do indeed. An extra player in that regard. With a bomb going down, obviously they need to make this work. Coolio with the most, I think, crucial position in that regard, holding off apartments. I think he needs to come in time. The bomb, of course, I think planted for him as well. If need be, he'll be the final player to contest this. Good swing by Moore, putting themselves back into an equilibrium state. He repositions once more to gain an extra kill, and Corey simply picks up the other. They make it look too easy.
With the initial damage that Budapest 5 took and the hesitation I saw as they were getting the bomb down, I thought that Headhunters would be able to cover it. But now, you're looking at a Headhunters that will consistently be fighting for their lives against a dwindling economy. About 3,500 on average across these, across the boys. You see Deagles being picked up. See if they can get a crack in the skulls of Budapest 5. A run boost, being ready. Not like it's going to matter. Nobody's checking mid, man.
Yeah. Rookie mistake, perhaps. I guess maybe a bit of a gamble. I think they know Budapest 5 don't often go for these early mid plays, but I mean, they've got full weapon right now. They know that they're playing against a very hurt Headhunters side. Therefore, even though the team isn't very mid-reliant, obviously they're going to go for it every so often. I mean, it's Mirage after all, right? Mid control gives them control over the connector. Sure, it just opens up the map entirely. I guess, I don't know, Headhunters wanted to go for something more greedy this round. But Corey and Mesdal, they're just cleanups right now. Headhunters are just falling in front of their crosshairs. They do not lose a single member during that round. Budapest 5, flawless round for them.
Not only is it a flawless round, it's a flawless half so far. They've won 5 rounds in a row, and this is very reminiscent of the previous game we just saw, where in Amiga Gaming, as soon as they switched over their sides, they continually kept threatening fate over and over again with no response at all. But maybe Headhunters can also have a similar story. Maybe they can turn things around. If you see another close game, we're about to find out. Headhunters willing to take a lot more initiative as far as taking mid control is concerned. They have a 1-3-1 setup, one in short, one in connector, one scoping down middle. But I'm not sure if this is exactly the setup that the doctor ordered, because ideally getting information around ramp would be very important here.
Let's see if they can capitalize on this importance. Good timing for the molly there, because Budapest 5 can't quite directly gain that contact. Of course, playing around utility here is a way to go for Budapest 5. Headhunters don't have too much of it. Of course, to wait another 30 to 40 seconds before they initiate their attack towards the site and go for more of a contact approach, they may have an advantage. And, even if they do take the sites, Headhunters be heavily weaker when it comes to the retake. So they're doing things right now. Max spotted damage from the flames and a bullet. Detour, good angle to be held, but not quite the shots he would have wanted. Mesdal looking into the void as he dies. So Budapest 5, they may have been taking a gradual approach into this, but they've lost out on their jewels. They've been into the open for a little bit too long. Aaron can't quite win that, and more in the open once more. Finds the same fate as his fallen teammates, and Headhunters in return find a flawless round of their own.
Tactical pause from the side of Budapest 5. It's largely motivated by the potential of losing control of their economy, but that's really not a concern just yet. Moore, he's going to have 11k in the bag. Corey's looking pretty comfortable as well. And I like how Headhunters immediately go for a tactical timeout of their own as well, because they want to get a chance to discuss their strategy. Obviously, this is a very important game for them. Not quite life-threatening with regards to the tournament just yet, but the best of one after that, for sure. This is the first gun round they won, Pavlos. And to keep this kind of momentum going is probably their game plan. I'm wondering if Budapest 5 are going to throw a wrench in the works just to see if Headhunter setup can be dismantled, especially because Headhunters have played a very mid-aggressive setup early on in the round, and having a site-heavy hit like an execute on A, an execute on B, something along those lines is going to change, is going to have massive control here.
Leverin, good shot onto Corey, starting things off well for Headhunters, but right now Budapest 5 don't look like they want to slow down, using somebody to live their own, but look at Headhunters, already putting 4 players towards this bottom side of the map, and Zorid wins out on his trade. More aggressors, that's going to be 1 kill. Can he fight against Suplik? No. Suplik, damage onto the second as Mesdal is able to pick him up down to a 2v3. Things are more doable. Mesdal, up close and personal. Do they expect him in this angle? Good shot. Doubles it up, Mesdal, and salvages around for Budapest 5. 1-on-1 though, it's down to a draw. 3 kills into the back for Mesdal, while Max has only just entered the fray. What's interesting of this matchup, though, is that there's 1 minute plus remaining on the clock, and Mesdal can do with it as he pleases, inching a little bit closer to the spawn, and may find himself behind the back line of Max. Oh dear. The read is perfect. The full on rotation, he doesn't expect it. He doesn't look for it. Max
Max
now,
as
he's
well.
turned his back towards it. He's expecting him to perhaps jump towards jungle, but won't be spotting him. Mazdal has found his way onto the B site. He's completely bamboozled this. And he will get a clean plants. 35 seconds, and all of a sudden, Mazdal has a chance. Not only a chance, but a way to close out this game. Of course, I might not be getting ahead of myself so far, but look at this. Max has just realized they're entering market. But Mazdal, he doesn't need to show his ground just yet. It's all down to Max to figure out where Mazdal is hiding. He can guess where he could be. He could be behind Van, but he needs to check things all methodically. And that buys so much time. I don't think he's even got a kit, so this makes things further problematic. Spotted out, needs to stick it. Should be a simple spray down. Mazdal just sprays down, and that's going to be the finishing blow. A 4-piece for Mazdal, and a clutch to put Budapest 5 back into winning ways.
I love the awareness on the man. Checks around for a bit, makes sure that it's not a fake defuse before he starts firing in, because he had eyes on where that potential defuse position was going to be. Man, it's really weird that Headhunters actually didn't quite have the setup to be able to counter what Budapest 5 threw at them. They didn't have a very aggressive A-heavy setup, but they were still able to come out on top in those duels. But regardless, Mazdal, simply based off of individual frags, was able to bring the round together. So, Headhunters, bit unfortunate for them.
I mean, talking about unfortunate, I mean, you look at how Budapest 5 have been able to completely throw the ball right here, right? I mean, Moore might be picking up another kill here, but it's early pickings from Headhunters from, I guess, unexpected positions across mid, maybe tunnels as well, to catch them off guard. And that's damage onto Moore as well. So he's basically one shot away from any weapon, any way you look at it. So Budapest 5, even though they gained the advantage on a nail-bitingly close round the previous one, this time around, they're not doing too good.
The jump spot will relay way too much early information, and with Budapest 5 lacking HP on Moore, it's going to be very difficult for them to get onto the B site. But 40 seconds remaining, it's not like they can change their mind now. Flashbangs do start coming in. XD on the AWP.
Good shot from Levy. Aaron ends up falling, but he dies to the flames. XD, though, there to capitalize with the AWP. Down to Moore, but he's just too quick. The man, as a face for a name, has just gotten the round into the favor of Headhunters.
By the way, I'm not sure if you noticed, but that name has finally been fixed.
Huh. Yeah, no, I kind of see it like every so often, you know, because like every single player apparently has a different name or nickname on the server when it comes to being logged in on Steam, and apparently like the I guess the interface really doesn't quite translate that all the time. But yeah, so it gets a little bit confusing, especially playing in casting teams that we haven't really had a chance to cast before, right? Because we don't really know their names that much, and being so many of them in this tournament, it's just difficult to take advantage of. But look at this push coming out, but the Eagles do wonderful work. Mazdal again clutching up for his team when they needed it the most, and this is just an eco round. Corey looks to chime in with the AKs collected, and now Detour with an AWP and an off angle to work with. Max on hot pursuit of the CT spawn, but I think Budapest 5 have done it. They've all recovered a rifle. They've all got something to work with. No way, not like this. Spray down, not even with armor, but Corey still is alive to tell the tale. XD, more like Detour, is able to find one, but I think he needs to run away because he's being sprayed down across the smoke. Not much health to work with, has to fall back. Mazdal comes in from Chicken's Nest, and for that, it is 14-10. Budapest 5, 2 away from the grand victory.
If you compare it to the previous map, or the previous map / match, doesn't matter, it was a best of one. We also saw a very similar scoreline from Fate before, or from Mega before Fate were able to bring it close. But I don't really expect that from Headhunters just yet, especially with how Budapest 5 are able to get frags purely off of Mazdal just fragging out. I mean, he's going 28-14 right now, just an absolute madman with regards to his performance. And am I the only one that doesn't have audio right now, Pavlos? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you, but I can't quite hear the game, so I think something happened to it. But yeah, I don't think we can see the players either in this instance. So I don't know how many players are alive. I know there's at least 3, 4 on the Budapest 5. There we go. Okay, maybe that was a replay that kind of went wrong, but that's okay. It happens. Tito, here's the man of 4 first. Not quite sure how that happened. Lost track of it. But it is Budapest 5. That may have an advantage to work with. Smoke out, sound this back. Levy, close by, flash out, looks away. Could be a good shot. Now the man with the eagle is the one to make the damage work in his team's favor. Of course, Mestel is there for the trade. It is going to make it further difficult for Budapest 5 to move in, but Coolio inching forwards from Palace, make sure that there's space for his team to get across. Suplik hasn't just been checked from Dark, but it looks like Budapest 5 has switched up their mind because Aaron has nested himself into market, but not for long because Zori just manages to take care of him. So Budapest 5, they're going to be going in this blind.
3 members still alive and kicking for them. Rotation starts to come in. Oh no, Max, you were not supposed to miss those shots. He had to be the first one to connect. And now with the bomb going down, I fear for the longevity of Headhunters. Ziorid, he's already decided that he's going to start to join his teammate, backing off. Okay, they pick up double AWPs. They want to switch things up in the next round, but right now, Pavlos, they don't have too much of a runway to deal with. We're looking at 15 rounds guaranteed for Budapest 5.
And 1 away from closing things out on this best of 1. You have to give kudos to Headhunters, right? They've done such a great job so far. I think the first half was where everybody got surprised. The difficult opponents they're up against, really. And if they haven't been playing at this caliber of play for too long, then it's difficult to show up. But it may be a little bit too much to ask for them right now to deliver 5 rounds in a row without faltering a single time, especially up against a roster like with the experience of Budapest 5.
Man, just no lifelines remaining right now. The next best one, what am I saying, best one? They're staring down the barrel of the next best of 1, potentially. Very slow style of gameplay. I think we're going to see a standard setup here. Yeah, very simple.
This is just like any other game that we play in matchmaking. Trying to line up smokes, count it down to the right timing, and start pushing in. Headhunters have realized this. Aaron keeping things simple by pushing out and getting a kill himself. Down to 6 HP though, needs to be careful. That nade could do a lot, but it's on the wrong side. Does splash them down, making them that much softer. 2-bit cleaned up by the rest of the rifles. Levy there with the spray down. That could have done damage if the smoke faded out, but Corey does manage to trade it back through. Suplik on the backside of the ticket brew. Sorry, is the one with AWP to do the damage. Suplik jumps above, and now it's down to a 2-on-2. They may want to choose to change the position, but Coolio holds on to his own ground. He's so down low, but still survives. Suplik so close. Coolio with 50 seconds to spare needs to be wary of this one. Look at the wraparound. Suplik, this could be perfect. And there you have it. That's the bomb. Suplik can now play with time as the rest, well, it's just more, right? And he walked directly into the crosshair of Suplik. And Headhunters, they hold on.
Very nicely done by Suplik. I love how he had full control over his nerves as he was wrapping around to 1 versus 2. Doesn't matter. And of course, he doesn't have full information on how much damage has been delivered to Budapest 5 as well. So he was going into it fully expecting 2 healthy 1 versus 1s. And with the way he was positioned, he wouldn't have lost either, even if they did have HP to work with. 4 rounds in between them and the overtime now. And perhaps it could be a bit easier if they can start to thwart the economy of Budapest 5 as well. 1 tucked into underpass. Aaron about to peek it out. Ziorid, he survives just long enough to be able to pick up 1. But now there's a lot of information relayed about where these Headhunters players could be.
Is it really worth it to go for these early trades when you're in such a situation? Because at the end of the day, being equal in numbers, when down to, when losing at least 1 out of the 5 on the CT side, I think it favors the T side most, you know, because now you can expect that at least there's a spread out across the map. And in this instance, Headhunters seem to be equalizing the scales by having 2 on each end. Obviously, Detour might want to make sure that mid is cleared out before anything happens. Therefore, Budapest 5 call here to push on towards the A site. Maybe the worst they could be making, but without information, they can't really know that. Coolio's job about keeping them busy towards B is ever so important, does do damage. That means that Detour, he has no idea when he wants to go. Supplic, he doesn't have all the information in the world. Now he has a lot of utility being thrown out, and now needs to be collected by Mestor. They're going to let him push right past, flash out. That's going to be a clean pick. Can deliver with a second. He does. Corey does shut him down eventually, but Coolio lines his last shot up. Budapest 5 eventually have made this possible to get them home by getting across to the top side of the bracket to face up against Namiga up next.
That was really nicely done. I mean, Budapest 5, initially they looked incredibly shaky, right? Headhunters, they were running around the map and not fully exploiting the fact that Budapest 5 weren't going for mid control. But when the tables were turned, it seemed like it was a very similar case for Headhunters. They didn't have quite the right setups on the CT, and very simple executes were what ended up winning out the game for Budapest 5.
This seems to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. But let's have a look at the bracket, of course, when it is ready in that regard. We've had very close games so far in this day. We've had Namiga taking on Fate, and it was a 16-14 endeavor, very, very close. And of course, the first half of Headhunters versus Budapest 5 was 8-7. But of course, Budapest 5, with the prowess they have, or with the experience they have, were able to scramble up the victory. On the losers bracket, we've got Fate Esports and Headhunters taking it on. And of course, on the winning one, we've got Namiga versus our victors, Budapest 5. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot more action this day to follow in Group B. So I hope you guys stay tuned, because the action will get better on from here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to CEE Champions. It is time for Faith against the Headhunters. My name is White, and I am here joined by L. Nilsson. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. This was all very last minute for me. Quite literally, about a couple of hours ago, I picked up this broadcast, and I'm super excited to be here with you once again. We've caused it many times before, and man, I'm just waiting for that good old CEE CS and see it unfold in front of my own eyes. So I'm just ready, man. I'm just so ready.
Yeah, indeed. We're bringing the most Belgian talent to a stream that there's ever been, I think, in an international broadcast. So it is absolutely great to be here. But here you can see Group B. What has happened before? Started out with Fate Esports versus the Amiga gaming. That was 16-14 for the Amiga. Headhunters against British Fist 5, 16-11. And now it is time for the elimination match. One of these two teams will go home. There's no best of threes, so just one map to decide it all.
You know what is exciting about best of ones, White?
Yeah.
Everything is possible. Everything is literally possible. Like there's every scenario imaginable. Like out of the window. It's like I'll open my window right now and throw out any other scenario that you can come up with, because like the strat book, it almost, well, I'm not gonna say it doesn't matter, but it's almost irrelevant because it's a best of one. You've got one chance, back to the walls, you gotta make it or you're out. And that's great. Always delivers on exciting Counter-Strike, if you ask me.
Yeah, indeed. And when I took a look at the groups, I was seeing some names that I knew, some names that were pretty unknown to me. So I was thinking like, okay, this group, surely there's going to be like a 16-2, 16-4. But when looking at the results, 16-14, 16-11, these teams have been very close to each other skill-wise. And now, Fate against Headhunters, I think this is going to be a close game as well.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, at least from the bare minimum of preparation I could do in 3 hours, right? I must say that I was quite surprised to find out that Headhunters were, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I think they're currently orgless, right? Which is to me a surprise that they still have a chance to make it to playoffs. So, and right now we've got the vetoes going on. So, yeah,
are we gonna see it
still?
Hey! Oh my god, I was a bit too happy there, but I am an absolute ancient lover. What can I say?
Yeah. I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there. Like I love seeing stuff come or like the meta settling on Ancient. So I still don't think we're quite there. I think it's still in flux, but it's great to see, and especially recent changes to the economy and some guns might have some stuff to do with that as well. But yeah, man, Ancient, that's so great. I'm super stoked to see that those plays on the most green map ever made in Counter-Strike. I'm quite sure.
Oh yeah, and of course, I mean, don't really know much about how these teams are going to be playing on this map because Fate hasn't really played it on an HLTV match just yet. So this is going to be brand new for us to see these two teams on this map, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be quite new for you guys at home as well. Unless, of course, Ancient has been already played, and then I am very sorry.
Well,
at least between these two teams. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, imagine you haven't played an official on HLTV on Ancient, right? So this comes out a little bit as a surprise, and there's apparently some awesome prizes to win by Intel.
Oh, I want them all, baby.
Yeah, man, I'm a Hitman diehard, by the way. Like, I love that game series. I've played them all. I can keep playing them. I've got over 200 or 300 hours on the game, so don't at me.
Yeah,
it's a great game.
Recently, I started I mean, I went to school for programming, so that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm just gonna write a program to make myself 500 email addresses to enter, and maybe nah, just kidding. I'm not doing that. But those prizes look really awesome. So make sure to go to ceechampions.com/giveaway if you want to enter.
I mean, a good old CS:GO skin, that would be great, right? But it looks like the guys are actually prepping a little bit, right? So warm-up is underway. And like, what is your favorite warm-up pastime? Like, okay, you're playing an official later on. What do you do?
I just shoot bots, honestly. I just play like name bots or one of the other bots maps. So that's how I play. And something to say about this match is Headhunters, they don't really have anything to lose, is what I would say. They don't have an org. It's kind of a new team. But on the side of Faith, I think they have the most to lose as well, because they're not really the #1 Bulgarian team. They're not really playing in the top competitions as of now, or well, the tier 2 competitions. So it is very important for them to win this tournament, I would say, or at least place very high. Because right now, they're, not the best team of Bulgaria.
I mean, that is a crown you do want to take. That country pride, it factors in there,
Fiend
right?
has that right now, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be very interesting. And it looks like technical pause, White. So I was going to say that we're about ready to go, but not quite yet. You know what I like to do in preparation as well is just go into a bot map as well. I think that's a very good way to warm up. Just get the fingers flowing, get blood to the fingers and just enjoy it. Put on some music and just try to hit those heads.
Yeah, that is very nice to do indeed. You need some music when warming up, that's for sure. And I'm sure that these players were listening to some bangers during that warm-up period. But that is over now. The countdown is ticking down 4 more seconds, and we are going live with the Headhunters against Faith. One team will go to the deciding match later on tonight, and the other, well, they can just go and queue matchmaking, perhaps warm up some more, because it will be over for them.
Yeah, what an unfortunate series of events that would be, having to queue and go into that match again. But it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a mid-take going on. And as I say that, there is some kills coming in. Hybrid's good for 2. That just opens up this mid control, right? And I feel like, but look at this Sayorid. He's already back into middle. He's going to find at least one here. No, he gets found by Raftu, and that's just amazing because that could have been disastrous. Now, White, I feel like Ancient and mid control, it's what I wanted to say, and Shake dies while I'm saying it. It's so important, right? Mid control gives you options. Well, not an option for Hybrid to enter the side because Levy ran, he found that head.
Oh, Raftu trying to get out, but barely does it, but does get out. Defuse is going to get fade, but Raftu, he doesn't care. He's not going to fall for these shenanigans. He's kind of playing with his food around Donut at this point. Kill to the right and kill to the left, perhaps. Takes out Levi and Raftu. 3rd kill in the round. Faith. Not flawless, but definitely some great stuff towards the end there.
I mean, it is kind of hilarious, right? Because Raftu is on 20 HP. He gets around the corner barely by the skin of his teeth. He's planted the bomb already. These are these 2 beautiful kills by Hybrid opening up that side. And Raftu, this is crucial. If he doesn't find Sayorid here, I mean, it's just over. And then this is what I wanted to talk about earlier, right? His job at this point with the HP he has is just to stall for time for his teammates stabbing in the back. Yeah. He's there, but he just kills them both, and that's the end of the round. So as soon as he baited them in towards Donut, I knew the round was over because the teammate would be there to control the bomb.
Oh, yeah. Now, Fate gonna try their very best to not lose the 2nd round because, of course, in Counter-Strike, lately, the 2nd round is always a force buy. Or, well, pretty much always. CT side, pretty much always. And on the T side, of course, if you don't get that bomb plant, you are gonna go for an eco. Unless you're crazy. And we've seen a lot of crazy players recently. Now, Headhunters, not really aggressing. They're holding the close angles with the pistols, as they should. Because that is where they are the deadliest. Faith, Patrick currently in dig site. They're just waiting for Headhunters to make a mistake, but they're not making any.
Ooh, Max, it's getting hot under his feet, but if he doesn't reveal his position, he could get a kill here, and he does, because it's a 5-7 up close, and it's actually super lethal. Patrick deals with it. Now up to Levy to hold the side down. He's just one man with a deagle. A nerfed deagle as well, but he does find the first head. He tries for the second, but doesn't ultimately find it. Like he's rotating in, but he's got 2 angles to cover. Flash, it's not that great, but he's here, and he found one already. And this is very doable for Headhunters all of a sudden. It's all up to Raftu. He does have the AK, but he's in a 2v1. And picked up guns do allow for some better duels to come in. And that's a great spray onto Zyorid. Bomb is planted wide open, so this fight has to be won by Dieter here. And he doesn't ultimately, but damage done. And Raftu clutching that round, that could have ended a lot different. And that would have put it back to 1-on-1. in the scoreline, that would have been actually quite horrible. Not a way you want to start this map on Ancient if you're Fate.
Yeah, and Headhunters with that second round force buy, they're not going to be able to afford anything here. You can see Max gets one beautiful kill, and the replays coming in right here. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. But yeah, Headhunters right now will have to go for an eco. We'll be investing in a few pistols, try to at least do some damage. Of course, we'll be trying to take control of middle once again, as you stated earlier. It is so damn important to get some mid control here on Ancient. And Headhunters, I mean, they're taking the control, but they don't really have anything to hold it with. They don't really have weaponry for it.
Yeah, Sublik, he was just burning. He knew he was kind of in a very hot pickle, I would call that kind of situations. Sayora, though, I mean, he's found a kill so far. The Deagle, once again, he's just looking for damage at this point. This round's pretty much over, barring any huge mistakes from Fade. Now, with the bomb down, if there was a match predictor win rate, I mean, I think it would be less than 1% for Headhunters at this point. So
over 9,000 for Fate.
Over 9,000. Oh. His power level is over 9,000. All right, that's a Dragon Ball Z reference.
Came in.
Yeah.
It's 2 kills. Okay.
Actually, with a picked up AK, they might break the bank here if they're not careful. Fate gets dealt with. Man, sometimes it baffles me. The MAC-10 in the right hands, it's super lethal, right? It just surprised me how many kills you can find with a good MAC-10 if you know how that gun works, man.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy gun, especially if your opponents are trying to be extra cheeky when they're trying to save some money on head armor. Well, you're just gonna drive by with that gun and take him out with one bullet to the head, I do believe. Now, Headhunters, they're coming in with a full buy. Zyrid straight up going for the AWP on the side of Fate. They're not going for that just yet. But yeah, Ancient, a CT-sided map. Pretty heavily CT-sided in my opinion. Now, with the M41S buff as well. And Max is going to give his position away. Now, they will try to peek him, but that M4 is so damn deadly in the hands of Max. I think he's going to try to perhaps go for a trade frag. No. Gonna throw some utility for his teammates in middle, but Max, he's holding down the line, gets the second. Can he do more? Switches to the nade. Actually doesn't get peeked there. They're allowing him a lot of real estate. And well, he's going to burn to death. That's quite a sad ending for his story.
I mean, he had opportunities to try and get out, but it's hard, man. Like, it's hard to take that, and he would have probably died. So he stayed the longest, realizing that the longer or the more time that takes by, the more of value he's for his team, instead on 2 HP trying to swing and deal damage. Well, Levy, I thought he had that, but he doesn't. Nat Molly from Zoblik will allow him to keep control of the B-bomb side, because now there's only that one route into it. And the guys, they do decide to go middle, but look at this. Dieter is just ready for that. And that's actually 3 beautiful kills, 2 headshots as well. And that's the first for Headhunters. And I felt like that was in the air, because even in that second round, that was actually a very close round, just off of those deagles. And Headhunters, they came to play, man. That was a well-coordinated CT defense from them.
Yeah, and great stuff by Max, even when being tagged up early on. Still getting 2 kills, but yeah, Vitor, Mr. XD in the kill feed. Absolutely beautiful. Now, Fate still have some money in the bank. We'll be getting some rifles, a MAC-10 and a P250. Quite an interesting buy, really. So Blick gets the kill onto Raftu, the opening frag, and Fate, well, they're trying to find a trade, but the smoke was not allowing them to. And well, Fate, the CT side pressure is just too much. They're taking control all over the place. Fate, you have to try to sort out how to take middle against these rifles. Because in this round, it definitely didn't work out too well.
Yeah, I mean, they were just taking fights everywhere they could get them, and then winning them as well. So it starts again with that middle control, good smoke for some more movement and kind of forcing that fight I think it was Soplik in middle. I'm not quite sure, but he was forcing a fight that he could win. Very well done by him. I think we're going to see it here. Yeah, there you go. Playing around that smoke perfectly, and then again staying, realizing that there's more to be had, and then, I mean, it's just all downhill from there pretty much. But yeah, 2-3 currently, and this looks like another Headhunters round. It's going to be a quick play, a quick A play. Oh no, Zyorid! All he had to do was drop the molly, and now they've got an AWP. Oh, and Soplik, he doesn't quite know yet. He does win that fight somehow, but okay, oops. Cleaned up, everybody kind of stacking and lining up at the entrance. So no bomb plant even, and it looked a little bit scary, because if that AWP gets picked up and put to good use, that could have just been over by them.
Oh my, Faith. They're really going up against a strong opponent, Headhunters here. In the beginning of this game, I was starting to think, okay, Faith, you guys are showing up, easy peasy, let's get this done. But Headhunters, oh my, they have really started showing up with these buy rounds. Definitely don't want to go home just yet. And yeah, that utility from the CT sides is absolutely cruel towards Fate. Now Fate, they want to go towards a B-bomb site perhaps. Max is still here though. He has his teammate to join him. Levi gets the first, gets the second. No, actually it's Max that gets the kills. I don't know how, but it looked like Levi got the kills. Hybrid with a trade gets the second. Now a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good equalizer. Without those 2 kills, like, this was pretty much all played up. And now Hybrid, I mean, he's been fragging for his team, man. Like, he's got 10 already, and we're 6 rounds in. Oh, but Max, he's running up, taking the highway here, but he's not checking every corner. He's going to be punished, and I think this is Fate kind of adjusting as well. They're just waiting for these CTs to push. They know they'll get presented some fights, and they know they have the aim to win some of those. And I'm not going to say gambling that they will win those, but look at this side overhead. Oh, no. Very scary situation with the AWP against that AK playing around the corner of the cave, so he'll find this. Oh, no, ultimately he won't. A little bit of an awkward duel by now. And he hits it in the end. You know what they say, White? Third time's a charm. Well, not in this case. 7th, or however many those were. Yeah, I mean, Hybrid kind of saving that one, right? Look at this.
Yeah. And in the end of the last round, you could see that Zyorid kind of had the shakes. Like, you could see that, you know, there is pressure. If you lose this one map, you're out. So that's definitely going to give you guys, or well, give the players some added pressure. Because when you're playing a best of 3, you usually still have a map to fall back on. But now it's all being decided on Ancient. And Max, well, he's just the king of dig site. Let's see, can he keep on digging for more? Yes, oh no, Raftu gets the kill, gets the opening frag, and Levy, he's wondering what just happened to his teammate.
He's at a very awkward spot now. He can't quite scope in yet because he'll reveal his position, and right now, that information being hidden from the enemy is actually quite crucial. They haven't checked for it yet. Raftu will do that now, and they'll find the back of Levy and shoot him in the head, actually. Finds the AWP as well, and that just, yeah, Soplik and Zyorid, they're just like, nope, we can't do anything here, really. Trying to save those guns. And they are being hunted right now. He could find this AWP, and he might find the second if he's ready for Patrick. He is now. Well, 2 quick kills, no guns, into the next round, and money not looking great. Max actually has quite a bit, but this is going to be like one of those rounds where you might drop a deagle over to a teammate at most and just see what happens.
Oh yeah, indeed. Fate kind of starting to run away with it here on the T side. A bit worrying to me, especially with how CT side this map usually is. I'm going to say, in my opinion, once again, because if I don't say that, people are going to be like, but this map is so T-sided, what the hell are you saying? Yeah, I've had that before, so I'm keeping myself safe up here. But the Headhunters right now, taking some aggressive positioning. Of course, what else can you do with these P250s? These are and Max currently not playing together, so every P250 is by itself. Nikki here. Oh, gonna get pushed and dig, but yeah, what can you really do with those pistols?
Yeah, pretty much nothing, right? I mean, you're hoping this P250 might find a head. of Nikki, and that's like a kill. But I mean, that's the full extent of the damage you'll be able to do, I feel. But 3 to 5, and like you said, like it's getting to that point. You kind of need to win that next one, or the rest of the half is really slipping away from you, and it's gonna be hard. And I like the fact that Fate is actually playing this rather slowly, right? So they're checking their angles. They don't want to get caught in these weird situations where they're running into a Zeus, for example. Hello, Zyward. Oh, and he might have actually found one. Because I saw somebody eking closer. Oh, unfortunate. Hybrid ready for him around the corner. Yeah, this should be over. Now, there's also a scenario where they choose the wrong bomb site, and somebody denies the plant, and the time is all ticked all the way down. Luckily, that is not one of those scenarios we see unfolding here, White.
Yeah, Supplic and Detour gonna try to just find some exit frags. Want to get a free AK or a MAC-10. That will really make their day right now, but just waiting for the inevitable, and that is the 6th round for Faith, and this is really starting to look a bit worrying. Of course, 3 to 6, the difference in score is not too big just yet, but Fate have just looked so damn dominant. Over here gets one, gets right out by Shake. And Supplic here, USB in hand, will be left alone, so no free weapons for this guy, but now it's time for a full buy, and look at the money, it's not too good.
And you know what is... Yeah, you know what's even worse? Money on the side of Fate is actually great.
Oh, and yeah, so, they're partying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Like they'll throw a big ass party, man.
Yeah, they're ordering strippers, champagne, and everything.
Yeah, this is gotta be insane. Look at the money though. It's only Roftu who's in like $900. He's probably been partying a little bit too much, and this is once again Zyora just caught out by that aggression. He starts to dry peek it again and gets punished. Supplic, he has to do a whole lot here, trying to hold this quite a... It's not exactly a pixel angle, but meanwhile, Shake finds another.
And his teammate.
Actually kills his... Yeah, and his teammate, actually. Oh, and that actually might stop this push a little bit from happening. We're feeling so comfortable a couple of seconds ago taking that A bomb site, but now things have changed. The team kill actually coming in clutch. But here is another problem unfolding. Max is just going to walk into this angle. He gets the headshot, but yeah. And look at the backstab coming in for Roftu right now. And this is just over from Headhunters. Unless Supplic can come up huge, he finds one. But, I mean, bomb still needs to go down. More than enough time left, though. And he's in a 1v2. But just a headshot from Nikki, even though at HHP could end it all.
Yeah. Big clutch scenario for Supplic. He could win it all right here. As a smoker, flash, defuse kit. Every single recipe for success. But he still has to find his two opponents, and that is just going to be so damn difficult. They're hidden away, and he's choosing to go on the hunt. Finds the fast, but loses most of his health. And Patrick, now, all he has to do is just wait. I mean, Supplic goes for the ninja defuse, but Patrick gets this spray. I mean, I saw a world where Supplic just got that ninja defuse because Patrick was spraying in the wrong angle, but it is what it is. Shake gets a beautiful kill right here. Give us that slow motion. Love to see it. I mean, you only bring out slow motion when a team kill happens, right? You gotta see that.
It's either that or like it's an insane kill, right? A quick.
I mean, that was quite insane.
Yeah, that was quite insane. Yeah, it actually almost lost him the round. Now, if there was a world where he didn't find the low HP player in Nikki, but his teammate who was full HP, like there's a better argument to make. And even here, Supplic, he was in the right position. Max is though, but he finds two somehow with a nerfed eagle. Can he get to that gun? Can't quite. The bomb site is still being taken. A little bit of spam will announce his position, and retaliatory spam gets him in the end. But this isn't quite over yet. Lightor announced his coming basically to the A side or the B side by running. Luckily, somebody was quite ready for that. Now, Zyora is looking for damage.
Oh yeah, with that the Eagle. It's a big chance, and I'm not sure if there's a weapon drop, but there's dead body, so he should be able to find a weapon here. But he's going for the hunt, and Trike takes him out. That's the 8th round for Faith, and now a few rounds when this was 3-6 or 3-5, I was saying it was getting worrying. Now it's really worrying me what's going on. Headhunters 3-8. Faith must be bathing in money right now. Let's take a look at that economy. Yes, it is looking very good. I remember Raftu, he barely had any, but now it's looking good. And Headhunters, they have a good buy. I'm happy about that. But if they lose this one, it's going to be the same thing. They're just going to have to go for the pistols again. And Fate, they're not waiting. They're just running into this B bomb side, all guns blazing. Nikki rushing with the Mac 10. Suplik does take out Shake. So that is going to make this a 5 versus 4 for Headhunters. But look at the HP. Suplik 9, Tyra 30, Didor 16. And Faith, the bomb is down. They're in control of this bomb site. Headhunters are just going for the save. And Hybrid with a triple. Patrick with 1. What the hell is going on? I honestly didn't even hear the bomb is planted sound. I had to look at top, and then I saw the bomb was planted. I was like, okay, Headhunters, you guys going for a save? But they all just died. Not sure what they want to do.
I really want to see that 3K by Hybrid, man. That looked so sick.
Oh yeah, if we can get a replay of that, that would be sick.
I also want to highlight that something quick is going to come. Like, that's the play. When a player with 8K in Nikki has a Mac 10 by design, by choice, he had to rebuy that. So you knew something quick was going to come.
What?
What is that? Oh my god.
This is illegal. Send the mail to info@valve.com with that clip. That is not allowed.
I watched it twice on the live broadcast as well.
Yeah, I mean, just to verify, what was that? That was something that you only see once in a million times. Here at CEE Champions, of course. Man. Oh my. Top front page of Reddit, maybe.
Once again, man, Nikki going for that Mac 10. Like, it's by design. Like, he's on 11K. He could buy an auto sniper. Now, I'm not saying he should, but, like, you know, I want to place that in your mind. That's insane. Yeah. I'm still not quite sure what I have to say about that play, just that I saw at a Hybrid, man. Oh, well.
I mean, it wasn't exactly that amazing. It's just so damn lucky that there's 3 people lined up.
It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I'm not even quite sure where that third person was on the replay the first time I saw it. And I'm not sure if I've still seen it. Imagine, indeed. Oh, man.
We need to, like, make a 5-minute video delivering that play.
Oh, yeah. This is still a little bit dangerous. Maybe less so now with that kill onto Suplik. Titor, if they're not careful, they check it in the end. Oh, but he's greeting for that AK, trying to put the team on his back. I get it, but at the same time, that's a beautiful flash, and it results in a kill. Now he can go for that AK, and there's even some utility, but the re-aggression from Hybrid is actually perfect. Stalling that moment. This is doable. An M4, hands of Ziorit, and he has armor, so it's all gonna depend on the next couple of seconds. Levi, he's getting closer, ever closer to B entrance, but there's nothing quite there. Ziorit is taking contact, and he's already down, and I think that's a safe call. Does find the frag, but I don't think they can go for this. They need these guns in the next round. Oh, and by the skin of his teeth, Levi escapes.
Crazy.
Hybrid might not be done with him yet. He might be looking for him.
Yeah. Look at his kills. 17. This man is just not giving Headhunters any room to breathe here. Nice shot with a deagle from Dieter. Gets her 2 in total, but fortunately, just not enough. And it's sad to see, especially when you take a look at the replays. Just seeing those kills, you think, okay, that was an easy round for Headhunters. They have that. But no, Fate, 10 on the board, 6 rounds away from throwing Headhunters out of this competition. Now, both players were very humble there. They were like, oh, I'm being boosted. Oh, you're being boosted. Like, they both crouched. I love to see it.
Well, that's actually I think that's almost the first opening kill in a little bit that went the way of Headhunters. I'm not quite sure. No, actually, that's not true. There might have been a Deagle kill in there a couple of rounds ago, but yeah, but that's actually very good. But look at this, a little bit of an angle that Shaik has found, trying to get a retaliatory kill, putting that balance back in it. But 3 to 10, I mean, it's super important for the Headhunters if they want to stay in this to pick those last 2 rounds up. And they might have underestimated Fate's ability to play this map, perhaps, because maybe they were fine with the Ancient. You know, they were like, you know, we don't know that map that well. How well does the enemy know that? Or I think we know it better. Well, good frag actually. And this is looking good. It's just Roftu left because, well, now it's not Roftu left. That's the end of that one. 4 to 10, and if they pick up the 5th, there is a very slim chance. So however slim it is, there is a slim chance that they might start that comeback in the next half.
Yeah, it all depends on the CT side of, well, Fate, or you can say the same thing goes for Headhunters on their T side. Now, you see the replays. Something to say as well is that Fate are currently playing in ESCA Advanced, so they're playing a lot of matches against very high-skilled teams, and Headhunters currently not playing in an ESCA season of themselves, so Fate getting a lot more competition lately, I would say, on a tier 2 to 3 level. Now, Theodore, from the Sniper's Nest, is looking for a trade frag, and oh, he's getting so damn close. That flick looked so damn deadly, but now, Fate, they're just bullying him out of this position. Not even an AWP on the T side. I don't think they've ever had an AWP, because why would they need one? They just run in with the AKs and find those headshots. Now, Fate are looking to go towards the B bomb side. And what I absolutely love is that Patrick, he's lurking, and he's going to be waiting until Fate hit that B bomb site, because that's when Headhunters are going to be distracted.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good strategy. It has worked for him in the past, indeed. Or
Oh,
I mean,
look.
I think the stress. He even throws away the gun. I'm not sure if that. Oh, but Patrick is a backstab, and he's been found. And oh, Shake misses that first, and now he finally hits the shot. Nikki is getting flashed in again, but the trade is in. Oh, and it's all up to Hybrid, and it looks so good for a second. Fate had complete bomb control, but then they went into that, like the backside of the B bomb side, trying to find frags, but they weren't really coming. That is 5 to 10, and that's actually pretty good. Not gonna lie, like that is, in terms of recovery that was left to be picked up the last 2 rounds of the half, I think that's like the minimum you should have been able to do if you want to make this competitive. And this is lining up utility, getting shot down and died. It's even a no-scope. That's beautiful stuff. Levy making the trades happen here and actually keeping this round together for them. Making sure that no shenanigans was going on there while they were trying to defuse the bomb or getting to the bomb to defuse it. And brings us to the second half, straight in it. This looks like Headhunters. They have a little bit of a play in mind. It looks like kind of a set piece with some utility.
Oh no. Look at this.
Oh, it's actually a reverse stack. Okay, interesting. Everybody's at B, and we're taking A. And they will have their utility. Oh, there's actually none. They'll have to dry peek everything if you want to retake this Fate. Oh no, Shike finds the bomb planter. Bombs down though. That is luckily a good case, or the best case scenario in what's kind of the worst case. Roftu finds one. Feels like it's falling apart, taking contact once again. Sayora's just left, and he just gets taken out, and the retake seems too easy from Fate on that CT side.
Yeah. The Bulgarians just seem to be too strong. The Czechoslovakian team trying to get back into this game, but 11 on the board now for Fate. Headhunters, I mean, I wouldn't recommend going for a force buy, but you know, that's what happens lately every single time. The second round. It's a great way to get back into things, especially with, you know, if you win the pistol on the CD side, when your opponents get that bomb down, they're sometimes even going to have a better buy. Not this time, though.
Oh, this is some interesting plays from Nikki flashing himself in. And it results in a kill, and he gets away with without a single point of damage dealt. Levy, he's on a lurk here. He's just walking up the B bomb side. And he gets taken down, and that's actually horrendous because they were kind of counting on him to find something, I feel, by having him push up. And like you said, Stu man down, 3v5, and I mean, there's not really any control anywhere. Like, mid's been taking over. They're kind of piecing together as we speak, Fate, where these Headhunter players are. Execute is going to come in. They will be able to plant the bomb, especially with that frag, and this should be in as well by Dider, but it's not. Rovtu playing around that smoke. Bomb still needs to come down. And this feels very by the skin of their teeth, if you ask me, White. Bomb is eventually planted. It's a 2-1-3. Hybrid's very, very low. It's like a little one bullet away from dead. Niki, he's could be the perfect backstab here. If he times this, and he does. Now it's all up to Suplik for a while. White, I'm not gonna lie, that looked almost like they were gonna line up for him, and it was an easy double spray down, but it didn't happen in the end. Diffuse comes in, 5-12.
Yeah. Headhunters, I mean, now they just don't have the money for a full buy, so they'll have to go for a half buy, get some pistols, get some armor. Make sure you don't go under that $2,000 mark. But yeah, here, replays coming in, just showing how good Fate have been in this map so far. Now, Headhunters, well, they have the Eagles. They're called Headhunters. So now it is time for them to actually show us why they chose this name, because, I mean, it would absolutely be beautiful if they can hunt some heads in this round. They're already going to get tagged down, however. And Hybrid is going to be more of a headhunter than this team right now.
Hybrid. He's on 18 frags right now. Yeah. Putting on a show. Leading his team in the kills, but Dider. This could be huge. Oh, yes. Yes, my man, do it! Stab him in the back, grab that rifle. That's a bomb site control. Until they realize that there's a player pushed up in A main. But he could create a lot of confusion. He actually could fight Nick here, and he does. And he's done a hell of a job to make this very confusing. Hybrid decides, and that's the bomb even, to take that fight towards the T-spawn. Patrick takes out Zyorid, and it's such a shame. Because Dieter was responsible for so much damage and so much confusion. If they could have linked up somehow, that could have resulted in a bomb plant. But that is a road not taken. It's not over yet, but now it is. Very hard for Dieter to win that one, but he did quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, 13-5 right now. Now, Headhunters, at the end of the last half, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to string together 2 rounds, and they were able to at least show us what they can still do. Now, Faith, with them winning these 3 rounds in a row now, I think it is really time for Headhunters to show us what they have right now, because in all honesty, I think that Faith, you know, they've taken it too far. The snowball has been rolling for a bit too long, and Faith just look like they're going to run away with it. Like, what is the word? The momentum is what I was looking for, is with them. Absolutely. Now, Levy, down to 15 HP, does get a kill onto Nikki, but Raftu gets a kill through these wooden panels. I mean, that's just so demotivating, isn't it?
I think part of what's going on here is that Fate just has a better grasp of how the maps work, where the spammable walls are. So finds a kill, Suplik goes down. And if they leave Levy here and they are inattentive when they push onto the site again, Levy could be huge for Headhunters in this round, opening up that site. But it's also like one of the other things that's really important that FaZe does better. For me, it's the utility as well. And this is already over because Rovtu's ready to take the... Oh, actually, Patrick was luckily there to make that frag happen, because if he didn't, that would have allowed them to rotate to middle. Now all up to Levy. He's in a 1v2 with everything to do to keep his team in this. I mean, if they don't win this, I think this might be one of those last rounds. Oh, what a one tap. And actually, this has just become doable because Hybrid's on 15. They do need this round. This is that do or die. This is that clutch or kick. Fake plants. And there's not a lot of time left.
Oh no. Oh!
Oh no, Hybrid, you dirty, dirty man. You bastard. Literally putting the knife in their back in the dreams of staying in this one. Oh my lord. I mean, there's a buy round here, but I think this feels like the point of no return for me. If Headhunters wants to come back, they should have done it 2 or 3 rounds ago to start the comeback. Now, I mean, ooh. It'll take a while, like a couple of rounds before I'll believe that they can come back. This is a good opener though by Levy. Control of middle. And true control of middle, I would say. Very important. Nobody hiding in any smokes. Ooh, but pushing a smoke's always a bad idea when Patrick's waiting for you. Finding that frag wide. And, I mean, equalized situation. Oh, Shy gets flashed in and he almost finds 2. He does, actually. Beautiful stuff. And this feels like it's already over wide. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the ever-optimist, but I don't see Headhunters come back. Even if they win this round, I mean, they'll need like 9 more before they're even equal. Or like 8 by then.
Yeah, and it seems like they're... I mean, I don't necessarily want to say that there's a huge difference in skill. As you said it before, it's just the knowledge of Fate on the map. And here you can see the clutch coming out for Fate once again. Beautiful start from Hybrid. And of course it's Hybrid there in the end, right? Always this man. Oh. First he knives them. Now he's going to shoot dead bodies. Can we just give him a timeout? Can we just get him out of here?
Man, he's just sending a message.
PG-13, guys.
Yeah. He's sending a message. He's I'm not sure what the message is exactly. I'll leave that up to him. But yeah, it's these trade frags. They're just not quite happening the way Headhunters want them to go. And I feel also, I'm not sure what the tournament rules are. As I said, like if you're just joining, I picked up the calls 3 hours ago, so I'm not quite sure. But if there's timeouts available to you, I feel like a couple of rounds ago would have been a good one to. Yeah. You should use that resource more often. I feel like even if you think you don't need it, sometimes just having a chat, stopping that momentum, breaking also Fate's momentum, could be crucial. But 2 quick opening kills, Max goes down, and then there's some trades coming in, but it's Roftu who's putting on a show, putting the bullet in the head of Suplik, ending the map 5-16 Fate with a convincing victory. White.
Yeah, and I honestly just want to give a shout out to the man Hybrid himself. 22 kills. And this guy just joined this lineup in September.
Wow. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Like, imagine if you join a team and that's the amount of impact you can have. That's great, man. I mean, I'm basing this off of the one map I've seen, of course, but like he feels like he knows what he's doing, right?
Oh yeah, he most certainly does. It's been absolutely great to see. And Faith just so dominant on this game. And now they're going to be sending Headhunters home, unfortunately. 16-5 for Faith, as you can see on your screen. That does mean that we will be seeing more of them later on tonight. But now it is going to be time for the winner match, Namiga Gaming versus Budapest 5. Well, after the break, but...
After the break, of course. Yeah, indeed. But I'm looking forward to that one as well, White. Like, can you give me some insight into these 2 teams?
Well, I've been seeing Budapest 5 a lot lately. They've been playing in like the Snow Sweet Snow, Spring Sweet Spring tournaments. So they're really used to quite a high level where they were going up against Namiga, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Short memory. Anyways, Namiga. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them as well. And they've got a good lineup. They got Idis Balance, used to play for Spirit, and they got Lollipop 21K. You know, this team, there's a reason that they're in this tournament. Let me tell you that. Because these guys, they even have their own logo of the team in the game. They got their sticker because of the RMR circuit in the CIS region. So, yeah, a great team. We're in the top for the RMR, but unfortunately ended up falling out towards the end. But that is going to be our schedule. Those will be the matches for later tonight. But first, we are going to a short break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to CEE Champions. It is time for the winners match of tonight. One of these two teams are going straight into the playoffs. It's going to be Namiga versus Budapest 5. But first, let's take a look at how we got here, Nils.
I mean, yeah, we just saw the match earlier between Fate Esports and Headhunters. I mean, we know that Fate is going to advance, but it also looks like Headhunters and Budapest, they've met each other. That was actually quite a close match. And as you can see, Fate Esports and Amiga, they've played as well. It was also a very close match. So it's kind of up in the air what's going to happen from here on out. It looks like all these teams are very evenly matched, but then we see a match like Fate Esports versus Headhunters, a little bit lopsided. And that is what it is. That's that best of one format. Sometimes if you're not right there at that moment for that one match, it could all be over. Look at these big commands coming in. It looks like we'll be playing Inferno. So no Ancient this time. A good old classic Inferno. And I think it's one of those maps where a lot of grudge matches are decided in best of threes. And now we're just skipping those first two, going straight to a best of one.
Yeah, the Belarusian team and the Hungarian team are going straight to Italy on Inferno. That's, of course, where that map is based, if you are unaware. A great map in Counter-Strike. We've seen many great grand finals end there. It's usually the third map in a best of three, but of course, with it being a best of one, we only have a deciding map. And I think this map is going to be pretty good for both of these teams. Of course, if you want to get some Amazon prizes, go to ceechampions.com/giveaway, because just take a look at that.
And I do want a 9-9, actually. I'm just gonna, like, in the break, I'm just going to ceechampions.com/giveaway to make sure I enter in this giveaway map because it looks so awesome.
Yeah, we have no time to waste. We're already going in. Budapest 5 versus Namiga Gaming. And I'm just gonna keep saying Budapest because I watched Black Widow. I watched Black Widow.
Yeah,
that's how they said it.
Okay. I respect it. I mean,
I think that's a correct way as well.
I mean, it could be, but I would have asked somebody from Budapest first. But I'll follow you, Budapest. Sure.
I mean, I did it once during a cast, and there was someone in chat saying, I like that you're saying Budapest correctly. I mean, I may be wrong. It may be someone that watched Black Widow as well, and I was like, ooh, that's cool. But I'm just going to keep doing it. It sounds cool.
It looks like we'll have a 4-1 split, actually. Mori will be taking that B-bomb side all by himself, and here's some quick contact plays by Aaron. I mean, he's just going to retreat because he realizes there's a lot of people there. You don't want to fight them all by your lonesome. And Brilliance, he's on a little bit of an adventure towards Banana. While Box is just holding off middle. All pretty standard Inferno stuff. Apps taken so far. It looks like a little bit of probing is to be done. See how weak or strong this A defense is. Really, that will be decided in a couple of seconds, I feel. Bomb is being moved over. Oh, but a step mate in apps, actually. At least I thought I heard one. Pop flash onto the balcony. More utility coming in. But the brackets, but MDS takes contact, finds the first kill. Corey even goes down as well. And oh no, this is just all going the way of Budapest 5. Coolio finds another. And Box just ends that as soon as it began. Bomb being planted. And Mori, I mean, he's the only one there to try and salvage this. But, I mean, that looked so amazing from the Amiga. That felt like there was just no resistance from the Budapest 5.
Yeah, and something to note about Budapest 5 as well is that their lineup, let's just say that it isn't exactly stable, or well, that it hasn't been exactly stable, because Coolio and Corey, they've been on this organization for a year and 4 months now, but Aaron, he's been here for only 1 month, and before that you had Fasher, and Mar playing on that lineup. So, you know, they tried to go for that European team with Mr. Fasher, of course, from the Netherlands, but unfortunately wasn't meant to be. And now they are trying to go back to their Hungarian roots. And let's see how it's going to work out for them. But something that definitely isn't going to help them is the fact that Namiga Gaming have been together for much longer.
I mean, there is an advantage here for teams to play in their native languages, honestly, right? So if you can talk just your native language, which you are comfortable on, you don't have to worry about translations and literally things getting lost in translation, trying to communicate.
Oh, yeah.
Complex things that are happening is a lot easier, but White, I mean, there is something going on here in Amiga 5 that got them worried, that stopped this push. It is the fact that there was some good utility damage here. Box, Lollipop, and Brilliance, they're all below 30 HP, and they know they're up against that Force Bot Deagles across the board at least. And so you really start to wonder and fear going through a smoke onto the B bomb site. That would actually be a horrible decision. Brilliance will be trying to create some diversion and keep them a little longer here by throwing that one smoke, but I do not think that will actually fool anybody. Well, I say that, but they're kind of gambling on it, Budapest 5, that it is still going to be a B play, but riding up that short side is an Amiga just entering, but there is Mestal. He finds 2 already, and this is what I meant. This is a third, and Mestal is doing it all. He could find 4. Oh, he does, and it's just over like that. It's actually Mori who finds 2, but that was so well played. That utility damage coming in first, the fear setting in for an Amiga, the indecision while taking the side in the chaos. It's just Mestal who finds 2, and from there, everything is history, as they say. 1-1. What well played here by Metzel around the smoke in the box.
Yeah. He doesn't need to see much to get many kills, let's just say that. These the Eagles from the Budapest 5 are absolutely deadly. Now we're going to say hi to the pistols of an Amiga. Got the Tech 9s, the P250s. It is absolutely lovely to see these pistols come out. Let's just hope that the rifles reign supreme this time, because the pistols are just too deadly. Box with a kill onto more, and I mean, why even buy weapons at this point? Like, why? Just get yourself some pistols, or not weapons. I mean, rifles. Now, Mestal with the spray. Aaron is gonna find one Mestal with the second, and Budapest 5 are able to recover here. MDS now all alone.
Well, he finds an AK, and he's just going for this, which I do respect. And I don't expect it. Oh, wait, okay. Well, that's a first frag. He's still on 5 HP, but he's got an AK, so there is a slight chance, even, and especially when he plants this bomb. And if he finds that headshot, he knows this, and that's a great shot, but the nade from Coolio ends it. But oh man, for a second, I got really worried there for Budapest 5. That looked so dangerous.
Yeah. Now in Amiga Gaming. Unfortunately, the buy not coming in for an Amiga. Of course, just to let you guys know, Moore and Mestal are from Israel. So they're not from Hungary. So some respect to my boys from Israel. Just to let you guys know. Thank you, Shushan, for the mention. Now, round number 4. 2-1 for Budapest 5, and Aaron is looking to peek into middle. Hasn't really spotted anything, but Moore is gonna get one on Lear. Corey kill onto Box through the smoke, and Budapest 5 now 4 versus 3. MDS does shut down Coolio. That isn't gonna be very Coolio for the Budapest 5 side.
Oh my god, no you didn't. Oh lord. Well, this is a contact that should not go their way, but somehow helped by Mestal. Aaron goes down, and Lollipop gets credited with a kill or an assist. Not quite sure whichever one it was, but Mestal, he's ready for this. And this should just go nowhere, unless MDS finds a headshot, is what I was going to say. And even then, he needed 2 more with that Deagle before we would start to believe that they could do this. But why? 3-1, Budapest 5 losing the opening pistol. It looked like they were getting a little bit carried away by an Amiga, or swept away rather. And that's actually not quite a team kill. Oh no, it is actually. So that's the second team kill today. That's great.
Yeah, you love to see them. I mean, helps the team morale.
I do love that production. It's just like, you know what? Let's see that again in super slow-mo.
Oh, he did it again?
Team kill. Oh, yeah, they did it twice again.
Oh, it's brilliant. I wasn't really paying attention to the replay there, but I didn't know it was a team kill. But lovely to see that it happens in slow motion. Now Moore gonna shut down MDS. He was getting a bit too optimistic. Let's just say that going into Banana. Just running through a smoke, thinking he owns the place. Now Lollipop has to be careful. Aaron holding it down with an op. As soon as Lollipop comes out. I'm sure Aaron is going to find that kill unless he's flashed. But the Amiga Gaming now. Oh, Aaron, even if he's flashed, finds the kill. That's just absolutely brutal stuff. Budapest 5 now in a 5 versus 3. And Amiga, they're just looking a bit disoriented right now. They don't really know what they can do. Or, well, where they can go, really.
One of the things I did notice that as soon as Budapest came into this, a little bit more into this game, well, Brilliant was fine scoring. That's a good start. But they do not, or it doesn't feel like they have a good idea of how they want to do the banana control thing early on, right? I'm not saying you need it early on, but it's nice to have. It's something, it's a goal you want to achieve at some point, even if you're not going to go B. Metzal is ready for this one. Lear, he's the youngest, or not the youngest player, but the most recent player at least to join this roster, if I'm not mistaken. Here is another frag, and this is all falling apart. And I think why the opening kills are happening on Banana every single time, almost, I feel. And that tells kind of a story already. Like, if you have that Banana control, you can kind of relax. You don't need to keep it, per se. You can give it back or waste CT utility. And that puts the balance back into you. So here is what Moore doesn't see. He finds one. And there you go, pushing through a smoke's always, or almost always a bad idea. That's 2 good cases to not do that. Maybe with a flash behind it, but yeah, that's just what's going on. It feels like it's a little bit desperate at some points. You know what I mean? Where they're looking for the trade frags and forcing them rather than setting up some good ways to find them.
Yeah, utility is key. Unless, of course, Aaron is on the other side because he doesn't care. A flashbang doesn't really blind him. He just keeps finding the kills. Now, yeah, gonna try to get into Banana. Box actually gets through undetected, but with only a Desert Eagle, I'm not sure he can do lots of things. Moore gonna get one, gets the second, and gets shut down by Box. But all the flashes from Budapest 5 are just making it that an Amiga are just sitting ducks. MDS does find a kill on the other side of the map, but that's just one. Will be able to retrieve the AWP. So 1 versus 3 with the AWP. Perhaps he could even do it. I mean, the bomb is in control of Budapest 5. MDS, oh, gets the kill. Okay, 2 kills to his name. 1 versus 2, 50 seconds. This is very doable. Budapest 5 just have to play this to perfection. They're having a crossfire right now. So as soon as MDS would pull that trigger, he's not going to have enough time to get the second. He is looking to come up, switches to the P250. And Corey is just ready for it. I saw a world where he just gets those 2 kills with the P250, but fortunately not meant to be, and Budapest 5 get their 5th.
Honestly, if he did, that would be front page Reddit for me.
Oh, yeah.
But this is what I've been talking about. Look at this. Reminds me a little bit when Astralis first changed Banana control and the way it was played with all the utility, right? And it feels like Amiga hasn't quite figured out how they need to counter this aggressiveness and in the way that Budapest approaches this Banana control, right? I mean, it was just a pistol round, of course, but it's just, look at this. They have no control whatsoever. Utility is just so great, and that's actually the first opener that I feel they won on that Banana. But look at this. Moore is there as well. And I think, actually, production changed this live. Moore has an Israeli flag. So, great stuff.
They confirmed it to me.
Ah, well, look at that. There we go. And this is the first good round. Banana control taken, right? Coolio. This is one of those situations where you also don't push a smoke.
Yeah.
But the round changed. Yeah, no, indeed. But the round changed completely as soon as they had the Banana control, right? They didn't have it exactly in the beginning. There were players ready to trade. And for the first time, they are winning those duels on the opening. And so I think that is going to be crucial. So here we see it again. Lear's just finding that frag somehow through the smoke. Again, he doesn't even need to see the players 3 times in a row. Lear is the new smoke criminal, man. What was that? Great stuff from him.
Didn't he do this before, or was that his teammate? Because we saw a situation like this before. I think it might have been his teammate because he's only on 5 kills, but we've definitely seen it before. Now, Brilliance is going to try to pull off something brilliant here for you guys today. I'm only going to use it once, guys. Don't worry. Now, nade towards the CD spawn. And nice little stack here from Budapest 5. 4 players on that B bomb side, and Corey gets 2 from his position. Aaron comes out with the Desert Eagle, and only finds one more missile come to join the fun, and Budapest 5. Wow. That is just, painful for Nemiga.
Yeah, I mean, you win a round and then you lose a round again straight after. That's like the worst way to go about trying to rebuild your economy. But I mean, they still have some good money and utility for this round, so this shouldn't be quite a problem yet. Some utility juggling between teammates, always good to see. Aaron, he's gonna have a little peek, and there's a flash for him. And he finds actually a frag off of that flash. Gets out as well because he was mollied off. Corey will have to do a lot. He has his teammate here, finds the first. Now they can kind of back off. They don't need to force the fights here. They've got the opener, and they can just relinquish this control over. Because now the second part of the banana take comes in, and that's just a great flash. Good utility usage by Budapest 5. Corey finding that frag of a flash from Coolio. Now, one of the things you are hoping is that MDS as a lurk is going to find kills. The problem? Budapest 5 just doesn't care about staying on the bomb site. They want to push and end this. Look at that. MDS, he has an empty bomb site. No kills to be found, and the lurk is completely neutralized.
Oh yeah. MDS now. He's just gonna try to find some kills or try to stay alive somewhere. He does know that, of course, when you're in a 1 versus 5, saving your weapon is pretty impossible. And, well, him missing all those shots is, yeah, gonna take him out. Now, Budapest 5, 7 on the board at this point. Of course, with them being on the CT side, you always expect them to at least get 8, 9, 10 rounds. So this is definitely still recoverable by Nemiga. So the question is, when can they find out how to counter Budapest 5? Because right now it's just not looking like it. Coolio there. Beautiful last kill, and Nemiga. Oh, this is quite painful to see, really. Box getting that AK, fully investing in his teammates. Stuck around 2k. This is not what you want to see. You want your teammates to be on the same page. You don't want one guy to just buy, because that would mean in the next he's not going to have much money. But MDS, Lollipop 21k, they're going to get this one done. I'm here judging them, but why should I? They have full control of the A bomb site, and Budapest 5 now have to go for the retake.
I'm not, like, I was gonna make this the joke, like, oh, but you don't need it if you just win the round of that, but I'm glad I didn't, because that's exactly what they did. I mean, they still have to win it, though. Yeah, Corey just gets stacked down, and that's actually the beginning of the end, I feel. The Lollipop 2k, he's ready for that one, and the safe call is in. 2 AKs carried over into the next round is not the worst thing in the world. I mean, you're up 7-3, which is pretty substantial, but, I mean, the first round went to Nemiga, then they lost 5 rounds, and they won a second round. Now they are losing 2 in a row. The third is theirs. So, I mean, there's an upward trend here, right? So let's hope that they can finish this round strong and the series can stay competitive. And I'm not quite sure if this... I'm not going to say a fluke. Of course, Nemiga won this rightfully so. They won the duels. They did everything they had to do, but... yeah, like you said, this could have gone horribly wrong. Let's say that they lose this and then one player is on $100. Lollipop with the backstack actually putting a nail in the coffin of that retake.
Yeah. Do want to give a quick shout out to the new kids on the block, Moore and Mestel. 10 kills, 9 kills. They're putting up a great performance, especially with them being pretty new to this team. I'm not sure if they are permanent additions, because they're not on the HLTV page just yet, but they're definitely playing for Budapest 5 in this tournament, so perhaps they are part of the team, or it's just a trial. We'll have to get some clarification about that pretty soon. But now, 2 entries have been found, both for either side, so it's a 4 versus 4 all of a sudden, and Corey is going to get mollied out of position. Not quite sure if they heard that, so could know that he's there, but this nade, that is a lot of damage to Box, down to 38 HP. This is absolutely painful stuff. And now, 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and Amiga still yet to decide where they want to go, but they're sticking together. And that's what makes me happy.
I mean, so they had top banana control, right? And that's always crucial because now you keep the CTs guessing. They can't really, unless they commit a lot of utilities, start that retake. And so what you're doing essentially is isolating those 2 players or 1 player or even more players that are there and trying to force winnable fights on the A bomb site, which is exactly at brackets what is happening. Lear's gonna push here, and that should be hurt. Oh, there's actually a boost going on. This could end badly if they're not careful because Box is in the smoke, but he decides against pushing through, and that now confirms that this is an A play. The players on the B bomb site get activated, they rotate in towards middle, and the retake is gonna start any second now. And this is a 4-on-4 retake. Health advantage definitely going the way of Budapest 5. Very low players or below half HP players on the Amiga. Retake is there, utility coming in, and this feels like a very crucial round. If Amiga can win this one, they can start to come back in this round, or in this first half. And here we go, Corey and Mort leading the chart, but Box and MDS, they're good for pretty much everybody. Brilliance closes it out. What a hold, what a crossfire as well. That was like almost impossible.
Yeah. And that is what it's always so painful when you're on the CT side and you're looking very dominant. You got a nice lead going on. Because Budapest 5, I think it was 7-2 at some point. But on the D side, you just have to win.
Oh, please, production.
Always.
You're such a troll.
damage. This is just awesome to see. Anyways, yeah. On the Amiga Gaming, you're on 2 rounds. It's looking horrible, 7-2. But then, you win 2 rounds, your opponents have no money left. And now Amiga Gaming can just get a very dominant D side in. On the CD side, it's always so depressing to see when a lead like that just goes away into air. Now, an Amiga in a driving seat right now. 5 versus 5 still, but look at those weapons on the Budapest 5 side. Eagle, a 5-7, and well, B2K and a USP. Now more is going to go down to Brilliance. Amiga will be able to enter this bomb site without any discomfort. Budapest 5 going to try to do some damage, but what can you really do with a B2K here, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. Not a whole lot should be happening off of that P2K. It's gonna be the Deagles that are gonna have to shine. But look at this lollipop, even boosted on the half wall. And this should be just over. First one comes in. Uh-oh, but they do the well. Oh, 2 quick kills. But that results into nothing. Corey does clutch one more kill. That's 7-5 in the lead. I mean, the gap with an Amiga is absolutely closing, right? And these last rounds are kind of crucial to set yourself up for success in that second half. And yeah, I mean, if you're more here, you feel very, very bad about being stuck behind the pillar on the B-bomb side on Inferno when 4 or 5 Ds are running at you.
Yeah, now round number 13. We're nearing the end of this first half, and this game has certainly been delivering. Of course, no teams will be sent home in this match. Oh, Box gets the opening frag onto Corey. All right. Very aggressive into Banana so far. But yeah, this is the winner's match, of course. Winner goes into the playoffs, and the loser gets in their second chance now after this game. Now, 4 versus 4. Fresh Find looking to hold onto this bomb site. Mestal gets cut off by surprise, and Gudio with 2 quick trades on the scoreboard. Box 1 versus 3. He knows where the bomb is, but so do Budapest 5. He's going to try to play at the edge of the smoke, but doesn't really get a gap unless they're very close to it. Oh, Aaron. I do believe the X-ray is fooling me here, because of course there's a box in between him and Mr. Box. Of course. Now, Box. 1 versus 3 clutch. Gotta try to make this one happen. He's in between a box and a hard place, this Box guy.
Well, why do you know that meme where there's a guy biking and then the next frame he puts a stick in the wheels and he gets stuck on the spokes and then he falls in the 3rd frame? It kind of felt like an Amiga. I think here is what I mean. So they hear a player drop and they feel like they have a timing, and they kind of are gambling. 3 players at the same time are running out and gambling on the fact that nobody's watching it because 1 player just dropped down. It would have worked even better if there was a pop flash, but it was like one of those spur of the moment calls. But it's also one of those moments where you put the stick in your own wheels and you kind of F yourself. And I feel like that's what happened there in the end. Just running out dry, and there's a second player watching it, and they kind of die. I get it. I get the reasoning, the result. It is in the history books right now. Oh, but this re-aggression from Mestal is also maybe a bit much, but he knows that Coolio's there. Smoke comes in. Oh, and now that Aaron dies, they actually know the whole game plan of this defense. Coolio, he actually boosted up. Finds a frag. But the player from Graveyard ends that defense right there. Bomb is in a little bit of an awkward spot. Box, what a discipline to quickly have a little bit of a look-see into the apps. A more interesting decision to push through. Oh no, Corey. Corey. No way, my man. He picks up the AWP even. Oh, just for a second, he knew exactly what was going on. He knew Lollipop had to be there. Lollipop 21k. Oh, that was an interesting decision. Very brave to push a smoke with the AWP going first. I must say. But here is where it all goes downhill, right? Lear finds the first, and Brilliance. What a great shot by him. MDS taking care of Coolio, who had to by then. That opens up this position here for Corey to push in after that player went already in with the AWP going in first, finding 2 kills. Beautiful stuff in the end. It didn't really happen. At least Budapest 5 will have a 1-round lead at best. Maybe a 2-round lead. Oh, but this is brilliant stuff. What a flash. And Lear, all he has to do was just hold mouse 1. Oh, Brilliance almost misses that one. That there's a player boosted up quite on the up angle. But yeah, Messal has to do everything, and he's already found out by Corey, or Lollipop to 21k. That's actually the end of the first half, White, and interesting one for sure. These teams feel a lot closer together in this map.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, I just can't believe my own eyes, because the score was 7-2 as the point for Budapest 5, and I still feel bad for them. It just looked like they were running away with it. They were looking so damn dominant, and well, then things like this happen. You just line up for your opponents. You absolutely give this brilliant man a chance back in this game with his team, and they're gonna take it for sure. It is time now for the second half pistol round, and Budapest 5 are looking to still go for somewhat default rounds, sending lots of players towards that A bomb site, but they still have Mestal lurking out and about. Lollipop 21k with a crisp headshot. Gonna turn this one into a 5 versus 4 for Namiga. And Box here. Oh my, this guy just keeps on peeking. That's absolutely beautiful to see, but Aaron does get the punishing frag, and now 4 versus 3 for Namiga.
I mean, Box is getting some information, but he's also getting false information at the same time, because he doesn't know that there's actually Aaron very close, or was very close, to the entrance of apps. But in the end, it will not really matter all that much, as he rotated away. Brilliance will have to be brilliant, really, to hold this defense here. There's 3 players there. Should be fine. They have no clue they're running into a second. I mean, White, I feel sorry for Budapest here. Kind of getting baited into this one. Flash is good from Brilliance, but they have no idea there's 2 more people here. They'll have to win every fight, and they'll lose the first. So far, not another kill coming in. Coolio. Aaron is the only one that finds one, and Coolio goes down in the end by Brilliance. And I mean, I get the idea, right? You have got 2 context on A already, so you're kind of gambling. You know what? We might have a favorable fight at B, so let's go there. Not knowing that there's 3 people just waiting for you to come that way. Oh, my Lollipop is like a mad lad. Look at this repeat right here. And another one. That's beautiful stuff.
Oh, yeah. You
A
know,
little bit awkward there for Lear to not win that fight.
yeah. You know where they used to do those pranks where you put a box in a box and a box in a box?
Yes.
You should just put a picture of Box in one of those boxes. And it's just never ending. Or like a picture of Box holding a box.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
In a box, in a box, in a box.
Yeah, and then you make like a foldable box out of the first picture of the box, right? So you can fold that into a box.
I mean,
Well,
we kind of just missed this first buy from Budapest 5.
Hey, you distracted me
worth
with the
it.
question about boxes, man. I mean,
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sure we're gonna get plenty of these rounds. I'm sorry, chat. I just live for the meme, my man.
yeah. I mean, I've been working long enough with you now that I kind of know the way you're going sometimes. But what a round here picked up by Budapest 5, actually. Man, I just love Tech 9 kills. Like, I've been picking it up recently as well. And it just feels so satisfying just running past somebody, just finding that head somehow. Now it's, actually, Namiga was going to say to find some headshots, but it's actually the other way around. Corey found one, and Box actually good for a kill up here. 5-7 always lethal, but that kind of confirms what the game is. They do know that the B bomb site should be light because they've gotten a kill earlier, they've gotten a kill on A, they have some information, but Lear not to be discounted, finds two, and that's absolutely massive. Coolio will deal with him, but I mean, what more can you ask? Box, he's pushing through, finds Aaron. Oh no, and this is all turning on its side, so 1v1, and Lollipop 2K has head armor, body armor, a smoke, and an M4 silenced. Oh, but that flash is beautiful. Lollipop has to turn for it, and Coolio fights the head. Or the kill, rather. And that's such a great play. Budapest just clutching that one out in Coolio. I mean, he's been massive. 18 kills, 11 deaths. You would love to have a scoreline like that, chat. You would love to have a scoreline like that in your pugs.
Yeah, I'm just loving this display of skill that we're seeing right here. Oh, Aaron, that little tap. You absolutely love to see it. These replays, they're just making me so damn excited. Now, 10-8 for Budapest 5. And Amiga Gaming, well, they're putting 4 players on the B bomb site. Mr. Box, oh my. He's gonna go for the Zeus skill. Vestal is quite close. I just hope that he just runs by without checking his corners. Usually, I get mad. I get pissed off when I see players that just don't check their corners and go down because of it. But in this case, Mestel, please keep going to the apartments and run by this guy with a Zeus. Mestel, you know you want to go to the right. You know you want it.
Aww.
And yeah, close. Nicely done, Box. I believed in you all the way. You disappointed me. Now, Budapest 5 versus 3, and, well, Amiga, what can you really do?
Not a whole lot is the answer. Well, that's a good start, but, I mean, Aaron ready for that aggression to pick up that gun, and, I mean, now it's out of reach. Good spray control from Aaron. But what I do have a very important question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
What if Box ate a box of cereal? Would it be a box in a box in a box, or how does that go? And if he ate the box of cereal and then the box, like, what would that situation look like?
And what if in that box of cereal, there's like a toy put in another box, and while eating the cereal, he forgot that the box with a toy is in there, and he eats that as well?
Yeah, that's maybe
Am I
too
going
much
too
box
far?
meta for me. Yeah, that's maybe too much. I think we should end that train of thought right there, because that's where it belongs in the box jail.
Like, yeah, I'm like thinking about the Interstellar movie. It's getting to those kind of depths right now. We're like finding new dimensions as we speak. Now, enough about the box dimension. Budapest 5 are looking to get into the A dimension. That is being guarded pretty well by Namiga here. Lots of utility coming in. MDS finds a kill while being blind. And Box gets 2. Oh my god. Budapest 5 are absolutely being shut down here on the A bombs. Like, perhaps they should try out the B bomb site, because they're not really welcome here, Nils.
I mean, it's kind of the same situation. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, MDS dies to the molly. Oh, no. Oh, no, how? What? I mean, Coolio's still just on 13 HP, but he's playing this very well. Oh no, if
Fucking
he,
double peek, though.
imagine this is, oh no, imagine if he stayed there and that was such a CT position to be in. That would have been so brilliant, but it doesn't really happen because Brilliance is too brilliant for him right there. Together with Lollipop, they suss out what was going on and got the kill. They were both going to decide to push from the balcony. But I wanted to say, White, like that feels like one of those decisions that I was talking about earlier where they put the stick in the smoke. It's like there was a flash, and so that's improvement, but there's way too many people coming off that one angle. Like, you cannot, like, die 4 people off of a pop flash out of balcony. I feel like it's such a low percentage play. You need pressure on other sides of the A-bomb side to do that successfully.
Swag 7 is coming out from Box. This is what you like to see. Some off-meta weapons. Oh, he's coming in. He's going for it. Gets the tag and gets the kill. Now what I do like, he looked at an AK, saw it flying away. He doesn't get greedy. He's not going to go for it. More. Absolutely. Destroys Lear. That is Peeker's advantage right there, especially when you're playing on a line server. It's really difficult to react to something like that. Now Brilliance, between a rock and a hard place, going to get the kill into more. And his teammate Lollipop is coming in to help him out, though. He's going to hear that alarm siren, and they all find the kills. Now, Coolio does get a trade frag, but here he is, once again, all alone. 22 kills to his name. But he doesn't have the bomb and Amiga. They're in full control of it. Coolio. I mean, at this point, you just go for it. Why not? He's been playing out of his mind all game. Of course, taking this AK into the next round would really help him out, but... Oh. Oh, fuck. You know, that's the second time that he doesn't get a kill in one shot. I don't think the Mag 7 is really... I remember back in the day getting one shot with it. I'm not sure if it's not as good as it used to be, but... Of course, there he missed, but here you can see...
Yeah.
Required 2 shots.
I think that if you like... close range, put 7 in the face, should be still fine, right?
I love how every blunder requires a slow-mo.
I mean, it's just, what?
Oh!
Box, excuse me? What a flick by him, man. Okay. And now it feels like Nemiga is getting back that control of this game right now. I mean, they've been playing well so far, but it only feels like right now they're getting that momentum back, or stopping the momentum of Budapest 5. We're quite well versed in taking this into a territory that Amiga was going to be uncomfortable with. And look at this, Lollipop, he's just come alive. 21 frags right now. He's just kept from fragging, never stopped.
Yeah.
This is crazy. We're tied up now.
I think we should send the Lollipop his way for his efforts. A little bit of an early prize in the tournament. Now, Box. This is just too good. These kills, these guys are so good at this game. I mean, you can see why Amiga used to be in the top of the RMR rankings for the CIS region. They're just so damn good and could have been in a major. Fortunately not. Now, show us and CEE Champions what they're capable of. Corey with a kill onto Lear through the smoke. Now Budapest 5 in full control of Banana. Amiga, it's starting to slip.
I mean, so far, when they gave up banana control, the whole has been good so far. So it feels like they're just trying to bait these T's in. And here's re-aggression, and that will result in at least 2 brilliant stuff from Brilliance. Absolutely gorgeous to see off of that flash. That stops it in its tracks. Metzel, though, he's getting a lot of information about the CT position on the A-bomb side. And actually, he has quite a bit of control. It's only 2 players in brackets, but Lollipop, this man just doesn't give a single F, man. He just pushes every smoke he sees. It's just an opportunity for him to push on through. That does allow for this bomb plan to come in, and with this smoke timing, Box might have an opportunity to find a frag. He's kind of counting on Lollipop to come in soon to alleviate some of that pressure from these angles. And look at this, Moore is just dead, and that's already quite a lot of success. But Aaron, together with his teammate, he's been good finding that first, but I mean, it's just too much for them to keep a hold on this defense. And now Amiga take the lead, and I think this might actually be the first time since this game, I'd say. I think that might actually be true.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. Amiga in the lead. Get the replays. These flashes are just S tier here from Amiga. Taking a look at the replay once again. Just see Olipop 21k getting those kills with ease. We are running with 24 in Budapest 5. Have to invest into these pistols. This is going to be very difficult to win, especially with Box so damn aggressive, and especially against those pistols. You have to be really ballsy to do that. Corey is going to shut down Lollipop 21k. And the show us that they still have some gas left in their tank. Now, rushing into that A-bomb site. Trade frags haven't found him. Box has to be very careful here. Only with an AWP. And Coolio! What was that? Nero is going to try to recover it, but this is the domino effect in full motion. Budapest 5. They hit that first domino, and the rest just happened by itself.
But I'm not gonna lie, as soon as that player on balcony standing on the railing died, I knew this hold was done for. And then, insult to injury, Box misses his shot up close, and it's just over. We're gonna see, well, this is great from Box, right? I'm not talking about this, but look at these trades, and I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to see it, but no, they kind of skipped it, unfortunately, but it was such a good angle from where we were sitting, where you could see that as soon as the balcony player was dead, there was just nothing anymore in this defense. So damn dangerous for Box to peek out like that. Gets away with his life. And some adjustments made as well for Box to allow that aggression to come in. Budapest 5 giving him that space and respecting his presence. Everyone accelerating a little bit, knowing that there's player reloading. It's all good. Be quite the splinter in your skin, in your thumb, in your foot. Look at this. So great from him, finding that opener, taking space everywhere. And oh no, the counter flash is actually beautiful. Oh no, and it feels like Namiga is just throwing this out the window, all up to Lear and Box. And they're split up, one on each bomb site. So either one of these players, and it's gonna be Lear. He'll have to come up huge here in this defense, which is going to be so difficult. Box is just staying there because he knows this is over, and he's not going to move at this point. And this will be 13 for Budapest 5, winning every duel on the map they could find.
Yeah, and especially when taking a look at the money for Amiga Gaming, they just can't afford to throw away this AWP in hands of Box. You can see how cautious he is. He doesn't want to lose this weapon, because if they keep this weapon into the next round, they can use it to great perfection. We've seen this in the past before, especially with players like Simple. Give them an AWP, the rest of the team, no weapons, nothing, but they can still win the round. And, well, Box, perhaps not Simple, but I'm sure he can do something with his weapon in the next round, okay? We've seen some crazy flicks from him. If he plays a bit aggressive into the next, he can surely get things done. And oh no, Box, you can see the panic in his eyes, even though we don't have any cameras to see. But you can see how panicked he was. His mouse was just flicking around, trying to get out of there alive. But Budapest 5, they have no mercy. And Amiga, oh, this money. They've been reset. It's just, it can't get worse than this, can it?
No, not really. I mean, look at that opening frag from Metzal though. Like, I mean, I used to play AWP a lot in our 5-stack, right?
Is this sense
and
so
I'm not
high,
gonna lie,
just...
I just know that feeling where you're with your AWP and you just miss your shot and you know it's over, but you don't want to really give it up. He went kicking and screaming, keeping that off. Yeah. He said basically, you know what, you gotta get this AWP out of my cold bad hands. Oh man, but this is looking, oh, that's all trying to kill his teammate there. Spooked him on the staircase.
Oh.
Okay, well, Box doing a little bit of damage. Everyone actually down to 14, and uh-oh. Box has found the bomb, I think. I'm not sure if he's aware, but Julio is just very quietly Very quietly. Oh no, 2 quick kills from Lear and Box, and oh my god, almost another. Lear has found an M4, and if Budapest is not careful, this could still go the way of Namiga if they're really throwing this one away. Imagine if Coolio, he turns around his back at some point and Metzel's not looking, that's 2 quick kills. Oh, this is very sketchy, White. This is very sketchy, but it doesn't happen. They had the discipline to know where that last kill came from, and they had the discipline to just keep looking that way. That puts Budapest 1 round away from that map point scenario on 15. Not a lot of rounds left here for Namiga to come back.
Yeah. That is so damn depressing for Namiga. They have to win this following up round, because otherwise it's just they're gonna have nothing left this round. It's all or nothing. Lose this one, you're gonna have to play against match point with barely any weaponry. Now, Mestel, what can you do, really? Everything is on fire. And that is what happens when you get a bit too cocky. You're just gonna get shut down, Amiga. A great entry. Haven't even spotted the player. That's when you know it's a good kill. And now Budapest 5, they're not fading at all. They're just gonna get into this B-bomb side. MDS takes down more. Gets a second. Corey does take him out there in the end. Gets the second. Oh, Budapest 5 staying alive and kicking. Brilliance here. Could absolutely win this for his team, but Aaron takes him out, turns around, gets the kill to Box, and Namiga, what the hell happened? This looked like it was your round, and Lollipop 21k nearly finds the lineup. I'm pretty sure he tagged up Aaron as well, but Aaron comes out with the clutch. This round has just been so damn close, and Budapest 5 get 15 on the board, and well, Namiga, look at the money. Such disastrous round for them.
I need a replay, man. That was too crazy for me to comprehend. MDS opens it up here, finds a second, goes down. Corey is good for 2. Then Aaron finds 2 here, crucially finding the op as well, but this looked very sketchy. Like his teammate Corey went down, and Aaron had to do it all alone, and they almost lined up for a double kill. Oh man, that could have gone every which way, but I mean, the way the cookie crumbles, it's actually Budapest 5 coming out ahead currently, putting themselves on map, and I mean, I guess series points is just the best of 1, and Lear is just gonna get... Oh no, that flash is beautiful, but it ultimately gets dealt with, but it looked so sketchy as well for a second. While he had the nade out, Smoke will stop a little bit of this aggression, and uh-oh, Brilliance has the right idea, he finds the first.
Yeah. Of course, Namiga, the number 38 in the world, and Budapest 5 currently at number 184. Of course, there are just 3 currently registered to this lineup, officially signed. So take that with a grain of salt. Now, Mestel is going to be in the apartments, chilling about. No one from Namiga is going to be aggressing just yet, and that is, of course, because for them it's all or nothing. MDS is going to get the kill into Mestel. Can he get more? They know where he is right now, but he cannot really go and fall down. There's 5 now in a 2 versus 3, big on a 2 versus 2. If you look at their weaponry, this is very difficult for Namiga. Now, Budapest 5, they do have control of this A-bomb site, but Mr. Lollipop is still here.
Yeah, and I mean, this now all of a sudden became very sketchy for Corey, because now they can force fights, which they can win, and Lollipop just doesn't care at all. He's gonna delay this map win coming in from Budapest 5 a little while longer, and the money, yeah, it's pretty good. I'd say on the side of Budapest 5, they'll have no issues buying into this one. I'm not gonna... Yeah, it seems fine, not gonna lie. Coolio and 9k, but this could have ended 2 ways, I feel like. I felt like Lear could have gotten at least 1, maybe even 2 if there's some headshots in that spray. But Lollipop, man, like this, he's really putting the team on his back right now. 28 kills together with Box and MDS. They're trying their damnedest to stop this win from Budapest 5 to come in. And what that does mean, we haven't talked about it yet, but overtime is still a reality. A possibility. Not quite reality yet, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Could be a reality quite soon. Perhaps it already is in a different universe. Now MDS gonna get the opening frag, goes down to 46 HP, but that won't really matter. But the thing is, Coolio on 25 kills together with Aaron, has been absolutely putting in the work for Budapest 5, and the fact that he's already gone down is so damn good for Namiga. Now, 5 versus 3 for Namiga, and overtime definitely still in the cards here for us tonight. Budapest 5 currently waiting for Namiga to make a mistake. Sometimes it does happen when you're in a 5 versus 3. You get a bit cocky, you're going to overpeak, and that's going to allow Budapest 5 back in the game. Really is there kind of showing what I was talking about. Jiggle peeking a little bit too hard, going down to 17 HP. That will teach him. With 50 seconds left, Budapest 5 surely have to decide where to want to go. Aaron here with the bomb will decide that it is going to be the A bomb sled. But there is 2 CDs there, ready and waiting.
Oh, and especially Box being like crouched up, ready to take another fight here. That could surprise them, but that double nade is absolutely gorgeous. And oh, Lollipop, but you know, this man, Smokes is just an inconvenience, and he'll just push him every single time Corey deals with him, and they'll allow ball plants. Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, Lear and Brilliance, they're trying their damnedest to get to this bomb site. I'm not gonna lie, they are equal in utility, equal. Well, not anymore. Brilliance goes down. Now it's all up to Lear. He knows where one player is at least, but does he know about Corey? He's looking for Aaron and anything. That's one. Aaron should have peeked out by now, but he's now delaying. The straight frag wasn't quite there, and Lear can definitely do. This is very sketchy for Aaron. There you go. Lear finds it. Then we're going to 14. This should be more than enough time for the defuse, and it is. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That puts them on 15-14. And now, White, there's only 2 ways this game could end. It's 16-14 or 15-15 and going to overtime.
Yeah, we're absolutely going down into the distance. And Budapest 5 also kind of the pride of Hungary right now. I mean, when looking at HLTV, they're the best team in Hungary. But, I mean, there's only one team there, so... but,
one of one.
Also I mean, they're not really one of one teams in Hungary. Of course, they're just the only team that is good enough to. Yeah, I mean, I do know what you mean. But yeah, they're the only team that are really good enough to get in that list on HLTV. So, definitely doing what's best for their country here. 15-14. 1 round is all they need to get into that decider match with a spot in the playoffs on the line. Same goes for an Amiga. This is absolutely brilliant. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. It's the winners match. All right, yeah. No? Decider, right?
Yeah. I think we just saw the losers match earlier, right? I think that was...
Yeah, we saw the loser. No, I just got confused because under the minimap it says decider. But this is the deciding map. It's a best of 1. Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused. But yeah, this is the winners match, of course. If they lose, they are still in the tournament. But there it goes to the playoffs. Right. True.
I must say that both of these teams, they know what's at stake. They know, Namiga knows that they can't really afford just turning this one around. Lollipop has the perfect timing, finding 2, and I feel like Budapest are making a great last stand here. And unless something dramatically goes wrong, and oh no, that goes the way of Box as well. Aaron goes down all up to more. He's in a 1v4 and finds the first. Has control over the bomb. He's not getting backstabbed yet. Of course, he doesn't know that quite yet. Oh, and this push could be the end of him because there's 2. There's 1 on balcony. As soon as they hear the pin, they're gonna peek out. And White, we are going to overtime.
Yeah, there's no better way to end this game than in overtime. 15-15 between the 2 best teams of this group. This match, of course, is there to decide which one is the better of this group. You can see the replays. This Lollipop guy, you know, he's pretty good. Just not gonna lie, pretty damn good. Fortunately, won't be able to see him in a major. Yeah.
How do you deal with him, right? He just pushes every smoke. Like, in my mind, as soon as that information is ingrained in my brain, I'm like, okay, should we just spray every smoke we see now?
32 kills.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Oh no, Lollipop, like this man is the epitome of aggression. So running up, but he's getting, and now that's a good adjustment. More finding another, and this is how you punish that aggression. There's no trade potential for him. They've heard the footstep. Metzal was second mid and was ready for that kill to come in. And Brilliance, oh, and now his route out of this bomb site has been taken away, but that is why you just don't push a smoke, ladies and gentlemen, if you see one, because it always gonna work at your disadvantage. And oh my god, Box legs one, and actually that could have end up mattering now, because that means that Metzal isn't down yet. Corey on 10 HP has to do a whole lot here. Just one bullet, MDS finds it, and that was very, very chaotic opening start to our overtime session.
I'm just amazed by the fact that Amiga are coming out alive with this. At one point, it was a 5 versus 3 for Budapest 5. Looked like Amiga absolutely dropped the ball by being too aggressive in the beginning of the round. 2 players going down, but they still managed to recover it. And that's just the beauty of Counter-Strike. No situation is difficult enough to recover from, or is too difficult to recover from, excuse me. Now, let's see.
Yeah,
final kill.
There is a questionable decision when you push that smoke, right? You like, I get you want to accelerate. You just got an opening kill or two. I can't quite remember towards top banana, and even trade Lear would actually. First time we saw the double up on this map. Box is just dueling, but traded as well, and we're going back and forth, 3-on-3. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say, like, oh, look at this. MDS is ready to strike for this. Oh, no, the timing's not with him. He knows he heard the player there. And Aaron wins that fight. And that will allow bomb side control. But I'm not quite sure the bomb's there yet, because Coolio is still in T-spawn. And what is this all worth? Not a whole lot if the bomb's not there.
Oh, yeah. Corey gonna get burnt out of his position. Amiga gaming now, 2 versus 3. Ain't being thrown towards short. Brilliance. Pretty difficult situation. It's gonna have to fall back towards the CD spawn. And now, Budapest 5 gonna plant the bomb, and Amiga, they have called it. They're going for the save. No, actually, no. Oh, no.
I was thinking, like, this save makes... I was thinking, these saves make no sense, because, I mean, they have A-side control. They know the bomb's just not anywhere near. And so I get the bomb's not planted yet, and there's like 15 seconds has passed, so they're like, wait, is this a bait? Are they actually planting B? Or are we just, like, this dumb? And, like, they're psyching themselves out, and both deciding to go towards the B bomb side, but nothing's happening over there, and that just allows a free bomb plant for Budapest 5. And the irony is, if they only waited like 5 or 6 more seconds, like, they would have seen, because the off was trained on the balcony from library. So this is the smallest of margins. And actually, is that a new mouse logo spray I see there for Stockholm PGL Mater? Yes, it is.
No, it's just the heart, mate. It's just the heart. What do you mean, mouse? Don't you see? It's just the heart.
Oh, okay. You're not a mouse fan, or?
Nah, I'm kidding. Just the new mouse logo looks like a bit of a heart, but yeah, it's a heart and the mouse logo at the same time. They're just so damn lovely that they turned their logo into a heart. I mean, I think it's nice, but the old logo was just so damn iconic. But yeah, it was kind of outdated. Not gonna lie. I always found it a bit of a weird logo, but you know, so iconic.
And I mean, like, performance for them was not like that great currently for the whole roster. So sometimes, like, changing your mindset, just like NIP did, new logo, and look at the way they're doing recently. I mean, it's more than just that, but sometimes that just helps. And this, by Brilliance, is not as successful. And luckily, Lear gets around the corner. That smoke. Oh, there's actually a double up there. They're both there. Both Lear and Box are ready for this peak to come in. And I mean, as soon as they figured this out, they know A should be free real estate. Well, they're not quite sure yet, and I mean, that's a cost or curse, right? We have X-rays everywhere, so... Wait, didn't Moore just go back for an extra nade?
Yeah, maybe they left a nade in the spawn.
Oh, this is actually so brilliant.
Yeah.
They baited an Amiga to RCA bomb side fights. This is great.
Yeah,
look at this.
It's crazy. mind games here. The level of Counter-Strike that we're witnessing is so damn good. Lollipop 21k even gonna get pre-fired there. Now the bomb gonna go down on this E-bomb site. Amiga have to try to retake this Budapest 5 if they were to be able to get 2 rounds of that T side in overtime. That's gonna be absolutely terrible for an Amiga. This map, of course, being CD-sided. Lear gets the kill into Mestel. 3 versus 2 now after that kill from Coolio, and Lear, he's just popping off. MDS gonna take him out, but the time, it's ticking away. Coolio takes out MDS, and Lear has to do it all. I think it's too late, too little too late. Oh.
Yeah, no, he is.
Not letting them get away with another fight.
Man, this is a little bit rough for an Amiga, I feel like, because to me, they've psyched themselves out twice, right? And you could call this mind games by Budapest, sure. I'm willing to believe that, but at the same time, sometimes it's also like, oh, like that pre-fire is so beautiful. But at the same time, they might be doing it to themselves, overthinking this, right? Why would you rotate 3 back to A? Why is there 2 ops on B as either way is also an excellent question. So is this the stress? Maybe. I mean, they're pretty, or they're higher up in the rankings, as you said earlier, so I hope not. But this might just be like nerves or something. They know that it's a best of 1, and that sometimes puts you in a little bit of a weird mindset where you start overthinking everything and forgetting the fundamentals of the protocols. And once again, Box is stopped. But Metzel is not quite done as well, and he just stops the smoke, and he's gonna keep being an annoyance. Brilliance is completely flashed, but finds the kill and converts it ultimately. Aaron ready for anything coming at him, and he's got a little bit of a gap to work with. Oh, and that was so close, almost finding Brilliance there if he wasn't careful. And the bomb is planted, and it's a 3-on-3 retake situation, starting from the library.
Amiga. They are indeed in 3 versus 3. They're in the bomb site, but their HP is not looking too good. Corey does go down to Brilliance. Aaron with a trade frag, though. Both CTs are coming in from the same position. MDS, his flashbang could be huge, but Brilliance also gets blinded. But in the end, it doesn't really matter for me because the time, it's ticking away. Aaron does take out Brilliance, and now Moore has to get this kill because otherwise Aaron, he goes for the kill on the bomb, and that wins them the round. That is just so damn smart. If I was in that position, I would be shooting at Moore because he's shooting at me. But he decides that killing the bomb planter is more important than his life, and that is exactly how you should play that situation.
Who would have thunk that your fat CT ass sticking around the corner would be the end of that round? So unfortunate, man. Look at this. Look at this. And imagine if that shot by Moore would have landed earlier. It wouldn't have been the case, and Budapest would have been on 18 right now. But this kind of changes the dynamic of the second round of overtime, I feel. Stopping that momentum of those last 2 rounds. And now, Budapest will have to dig a little bit deeper for at least 1 more round. Looking for Corey, they have a very good ideas there. Once again, the bane of their existence is their rear, or their behind, if you want to call it, sticking out behind the sandbags. Unfortunate. Opening frag found by Namiga. Oh, but Moore, they kind of lined up for him. And luckily, he doesn't even know, but Brilliance find the kill through the smoke. And this is absolutely nuts. Everybody is just so on point with their place and executes here, White. And now with the bomb plant down, like, what do you do if you're Budapest? And I think this is quite a good decision, right? This is like, okay, guys, let's just keep these rifles. There's no point. We have no intel. We have a little bit of utility, but this is going to be very difficult, so we're just going to save. And I like that decision. I like it takes a certain type of bravery as well to do such things in overtime.
Yeah, exactly. I have to agree with you. 17-17 here as well. Now 18 for an Amiga. 1 round away from winning this one and going straight into the playoffs. They can be chilling for the rest of the night. Then that's all that they have to play. Budapest 5, if they lose this one, they will have to go straight into the decider match after this one, of course. We'll have a very short break and then go straight back in and Do you think it will help them or if it will hurt them? The fact that, they have an absolute marathon right here now and then they need another match.
I think it will hurt you a little bit. At least like the mental stamina is down. The focus and attention span is shorter, I feel. But it's hard to say. Some people thrive in these kind of situations. Look at Aaron. He's ready to throw down a molly as soon as he takes contact. I will allow a little bit of time for CTs to rotate in, but it's going to be a little bit preliminary, a little bit too early because not a big plan of Nemiga is taking that A bomb site or bracket control. And more will have to do a lot together here with Corey. They've been massive so far. Flash could help here in delaying that push. And I mean, this smoke, and I'm not sure, do they have another one? I don't think so, right? Oh, Moore has one. So one more smoke that's going to be deployed, and that's going to take even more time off the clock. And meanwhile, these CTs, look at that. You can see it on your minimap, White. They're pushing up. They're gathering information about what is going on exactly.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of information gained. Look at this Aaron. He's such a... Oh, but he gets found by Lollipop, and that's actually huge because now there's only one player, and it activates all the other players to accelerate their plans towards the execution towards this B bomb side or A bomb side. But Metzal, nobody's checking for him, and he can't quite control the spray, so only good for one. Bomb will go down, but that looked like such a prime opportunity. Of course, he was blinded a little bit, and that threw a wrench in the or a spanner in the works, or he rotating in, but he's ready, or MDS rather is ready for that push to come in. And now Moore and Coolio, they have to clutch this out, and it looks like Nemiga Gaming ultimately will do it unless Moore and Coolio get their way, and it's gonna be very difficult because there is MDS once again. What a great lurk by him, and now all they have to do is find Moore, and Moore goes down. And White, we have a winner. That is Nemiga Gaming. But Budapest 5, they make them work for it. They make them sweat, man.
Yeah, and Lollipop has been an absolute nuisance for his opponents throughout that entire game. He absolutely gave them no chance. And, well, you can see what he did. He threw them straight into the deciding match against Fate Esports. That will, of course, be Budapest 5. As we just saw, they just came short. And now they're going to have to play against Faith. And let me tell you, Faith, they were really good. 16-5 against Headhunters. And also barely lost against Nemiga. So this should be a very close match skill-wise, because when looking at these scores, I think they're on about the same level.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going up 14-16 in an earlier round, and right now as well, we've got an overtime in our previous match, right? These teams are very close together, so there is a good chance, especially in a best-of-1 format, that anything can happen. And almost something happened that did not sit well with Nemiga Gaming. Luckily, they clutched that one out, but just by the skin of their teeth, honestly. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, man. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I'm not gonna lie. That was a great round or map of CS.
Yeah, it was great. Yes, the display of skill was absolutely insane. But we have some more great CS coming for you. It's going to be Faith against... Wait, I'm doing it again.
Nemiga.
There we have it. Yeah, Faith against Nemiga. No, Budapest 5.
Wait.
See, I was thinking.
Wait, but...
Yeah, it's going to be Fate against Budapest 5. Yeah, Nemiga, they win.
Okay.
They're going straight into the playoffs.
You're right. I baited you.
Pardon me for my little blunder, but as you can see on the screen right here, it's going to be Fate against Budapest 5 in the final map of tonight. Well, the final match of tonight. So see you guys for that match right after a break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CEE Championship series. And man, we just saw one hell of a match between Namiga Gaming and Budapest 5. With actually, it went through overtime, White, and that is absolutely crazy.
Oh,
where
yeah.
Namiga won it 19-17, and now Budapest 5 so close to winning, going into the playoffs, and relax, have to play again against Fate.
Yeah, Budapest 5 against Fate. Only one team will make it into the playoffs indeed. We got the Bulgarians against the Hungarians. Yeah, never gonna say that wrong. Always gonna call the team by the right country. Their flags are even close to each other. Oh my god. But yeah, Budapest, Hungary, Fate, Bulgaria. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You got there, man. In the end, you got there in the end. But that does mean we are ready for picks and bans, and normally these are gonna fly in hot and fast as soon as they're in. So I'm curious to see. We already saw Ancient, and White is waving at his little cute penguin bear. I do like it, man. I do like it. That is Inferno and Vertigo Overpass already out there. So Ancient currently still in the mix. Mirage, we're getting closer. Oh, unfortunately, Budapest 5 not wanting to pull the trigger on Ancient, and so we're going to a classic CIS map, man. It's Dust 2.
Yeah, indeed, it's Dust 2, and not just any version of Dust 2, but the new one where you can peek middle. Or, well, you can peek middle, but it's just a lot more difficult. You're going to get punished way easier. But I've already seen some crazy stuff. Like, if you spawn on the D side, you drop down Suicide, and your teammate boosts you up, you're going to get quite a nasty headshot angle towards the cross. So, gonna have to see how that Dust 2 is going to be played between these two teams, because of course the meta has changed quite a bit. Right now on the CT side, you're going to push lower tunnels quite a lot, and yeah, a lot more CT sided overall.
I mean, that's the name of the game, right? All these changes have shifted that balance more towards that CT side. We have Valve yet to see Valve make any changes. Well, English is hard if you're a non-native English speaker. So there we go. We got there in the end. So it'll be curious to see in the next coming months, especially with the major coming up. I hope we don't see any major changes, of course, while it's that close. But it could be after the major that Valve looks at all the data out there and they decide, you know what, maybe we got to roll back some of these changes. I think maybe the bullets in the magazine of the M4 might be a little bit too much. It allows for too much shenanigans, perhaps. But that's way down the line. What is in front of us right now is Fate versus Budapest 5. Both of these guys have already played a map today. And Budapest 5 most recently dropped one in overtime. So we got to factor that in. If we're looking for a winner between these two teams, we got to factor that in, White. But knowing all that, who's going to win, do you think?
I would say Budapest 5, even though Fate put down quite a convincing performance on Ancient. I just gotta side with my boys of Budapest 5. I think they've looked the best, especially with them playing against Namiga. Of course, Namiga, a little bit of a different kind of skill level, and compared to Headhunters, just on a bit of a different level.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But this is also that kind of map, and I haven't seen a lot of this dude just yet to get a really good feeling about what that new, or the map, the way it is now, what the new balance is going to be and what matters and what not. But I do know that this map used to be kind of a bit of a coin flip. Like strategy book wise, there's not a lot of deep plays that you can pull up while you're trying to call this game as an IGL, as a coach. So it's going to be kind of curious to see if there's a little bit more variety now, and if it is more CT favorite. Like, it's not exactly a coin flip per se, and teams can develop stuff on top of this map on strategies. And I'm not quite sure, White, I don't know if you've seen anything in that regards where the map has fundamentally changed, or is it still like kind of coin flippy, buggy kind of gameplay?
I would say it's a little bit less buggy, perhaps, especially with the change that happened. But I think it's still a very puggy map where you can just pug it out if you want to. Especially with yeah.
No, I do agree, and I don't think there's enough changes to make that change. Or there's enough of fundamental changes where there's gonna be. That's actually some great movement there by Shake. I'm actually mesmerized by that. Beautiful stuff. Oh, that was actually insane. Shake's on another level right now.
Literally getting excited by the warm-up.
imagine it's gonna be like, imagine Shake is actually gonna play this way. That would have been absolutely mental. But so where I'm going with all of this, basically, right, is this: if we're not quite sure, or if this is still a puggy map, right, that means that we're still pretty much in a coin flip again. And we have no idea who could take this, because both Fate and both Budapest 5 have already won, or not Budapest 5, but they've made it a very close competitive series. So they are here to compete. And then we go to Dust 2, and there's not really anything really we can give you as viewer as an indication to who's going to win here today.
Yeah. Patrick showing us what he can do as well in this warm-up. 17 kills. I mean, it doesn't really matter because some people are just standing AFK, but it's nice to see in these warm-up periods that some players are definitely feeling it. But we are just waiting for both teams to ready up to tell us that they are good to go. And then the final match of this night will start. Also the final match of Group B. We will go into the playoffs. Will it be Faith? Or will it be Budapest 5? We'll find out in this game.
I imagine if you're Budapest 5 now, you have no time to mentally reset almost, right? I mean, we had the same amount of, imagine this. We have the exact same amount of break time as these guys did, you know? That's absolutely crazy. All right, now round is on the way, and it looks like Fate will take that one, establishing dominance early on. And yeah, I mean, we'll see which side they want to start. And I think this is the wise decision to go towards CT first. Don't know why. I like Dust 2 CT. Don't know about you, White. What you prefer?
Oh yeah. I like Dust 2 CT as well. Played Dust 2 yesterday as well. I only had barely any FPS, so it was terrible. But Dust 2 pretty fun.
Well, let's see what happens here. Flash will give A control, and actually, with two players from Fate pushing tons, gathering a lot of information, we should see some players rotating back to A side. Because right now it's just uncontested. Pushing all the way through tunnels and middle is RDCTs, and now they know what game these guys are playing. The Flash is actually perfect to cover that push. Corey is holding the back and only now gets traded, so he gets at least one. But Nicky could throw some salt in the wound. He doesn't, actually goes down to Mestal. And oh no, it looks like Budapest 5 have come up to play today in this pistol. Roftu is looking for anything from the headshot angle, but Arid is ready with the backstab. Ready. Oh, and he missed the first shot. Luckily, he clutches that one out because Shake and Roftu were good for two. Coolio stays cool under pressure. That's where diamonds are formed and kills Roftu.
Yeah. Time for round number 2 right here. And Fate, let's see. Can they bring it back right here? It is gonna be a forced buy from the CT side here. We will get a replay from the pistol round. Absolutely gnarly stuff from the T side, just showing us how good they are at this game. Now, Fate. Scout in the hands of Patrick and Shank. Also a Deagle. 2 to be exact, and an MP9. Will be brought up by the CD side, of course. On the side of Budapest 5, the weaponry is looking a bit better. Now, are going to see Fate. Oh, they're wrapping around Budapest 5. Budapest 5 just only in the tunnels. They're not really taking any map control, and Fate seem to be not really punishing them for it. They could have really done that, but Patrick gets one. Now, Corey, with its Raid Frag and Hybrid here, with the Desert Eagle behind the car, is not going to be able to get the kill. And Budapest 5, I think they're just going to overwhelm Faith with their better weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, that second scout, you got to save that one, right? The first one went down, you've got a second one. I don't think Shake has announced it yet. He might take a stab at this one. And he does. And does get tagged up. And oh no, Corey! Oh my god, he doesn't need a zoomie. He'll just use his crosshairs to find heads, even at longer ranges. Beautiful shot by him. But yeah, I mean, That's a scout out of their hands, and they would have loved to have that, especially on the CT side, into the next round. So, not quite sure if that's the way they saw that going in their mind when they stayed, and they're getting hunted. Even Aaron takes out another Deagle, and now Rovtu trying desperately to stay alive with this MP9. Eventually, should be fine in the long doors. Don't think anybody can get to him, and yeah, there we go, man. 0-2 Budapest 5. I mean, this is a very good start. Let's see if they can find that third round as well. Look at this from Corey, man. Hello, money.
Hello.
What a shot. And that's also quite a shot.
Now, round number 3, and Faith, well, time to have some faith, because this ain't looking good for them. They don't have the weaponry, just the pistols. Oh, Patrick does get a kill with that USP. Takes out more. Now Patrick and Raftu, 2 versus 4. It's weird that I have to say this, but I do actually see them perhaps winning this round. Now, perhaps not with Raftu going down. Patrick ended up finding the AK, but Aaron actually just went through the smoke to take him out. Didn't want anyone to get away with that weapon. Now it's time for round number 4.
You know what I think it was? I mean, I think he was just done being pushed through smokes by Lollipop 21k last game. And he's like, you know what? I'm just not going to respect smokes anymore. I'm just going to push them as well. Well, here we go. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Just push the smoke and find the kill. It's that easy. Joking, obviously, because it's actually quite hard. Hybrid, mate. Yeah, Hybrid, man. He went down early on. I mean, it looked so good. He had quite a good spray control right there. That's actually the bomb shake, kind of making this a little bit awkward for them more. He's rotating in from tunnels, and nobody's looking his way. He's actually stopping, not trusting the space he's been given, and rightfully so, because if he's not careful, he's just gonna get traded, and then this retake is gonna be very, very easy. Oh, but no trigger discipline, but it's a good shot. And now Shake is dead. Coolio, rotating in from the tunnels, thinking it's clear, sees a wild Rovtu. Doesn't manage to throw the Pokeball, gets tagged up and goes down in the end. Aaron takes down Rovtu. 0-4 Budapest 5 off to a flying start.
Hey, I mean, I said it. Budapest 5 taking this one. And it's starting to look very good for them, but, you know, Fate surely... Oh my god, Nick. He was standing anti-flash there. Expecting this, but this display of skill is just absolutely beautiful to see now. Round number 5, and Fate once again with a bit of a half buy, not really investing much into this one. Mestel already down to 67 HP. This is looking quite bad for Faith now. Or taking some more control of Long. There it is on the other side. Niki has a scout in his hand. Finds a hedge. Oh, I see a world where he finds that headshot. Unfortunately, he's not hitting anything. On the other side, does get tagged. Now still a 5 versus 5, but Faith, they're ringing the alarm bells. They're rotating all towards this A bomb side, and if Budapest 5 still commit towards A, they're really gonna run into that stack. And something to note is Corey, he was sitting in that T-spawn, he was holding the flank. You can no longer hold the rotation. You can no longer see towards those double doors like you used to be able to, because that's what teams used to do. They sat there with an AWP, with an AK, and they just looked for the cross, and if everyone was crossing, they would go to the other side, but that information is no longer for free.
Yeah, and that actually goes both ways.
Yeah.
They have no idea, but they do have a good guess at this, White. This is very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. No, not like this, Faith. Oh, no, this is so unfortunate. And they're going to realize that mistake any second now. As soon as some kills are going to come in. Mestel is actually good for 2 already on 9 HP. Wasn't he, like, really low, like, starting from, like, I think it was already at 60. Still manages to find 2 kills. Not too shabby. But yeah, this looks very, very dicey for the side of Fate, right? This is a very hard retake, and they do want to go for this. It makes sense. They should have money enough next round. But at this point, it does kind of look just wanting some exits and then maybe take a gun or something. Doesn't really look like it have any intention or any business trying to go for this. That's a good frag. Hello, wait, Shake? You've just found 2 kills, but there's no time. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting round. I'm not quite sure what to say about that one. That was that round had everything. That was like a Bollywood movie of rounds. You know, it's just so dramatic.
Yeah, lots of drama here tonight. Should make its own Counter-Strike category. The Counter-Strike drama matches. Now, I'm still here through the doors. Beautiful stuff. But yeah, game still up in the air. Budapest 5 now 5-0. And Faith on the other side. They're trying. I'm gonna give him that. Really trying, but it's just not working out. And more here. Sees all the bullets going into that smoke. Things otherwise with that position. Doesn't want to go there anymore. Shake here with the oh, he's gonna miss the flick. Aaron takes him out, punishes him there. And now Niki starting to panic. Spraying and praying through the smoke. Doesn't find anyone. Oh no, Corey, don't go through the smoke. Don't do it. Hybrid is fully blinded. Gets the kill and now Fate. This is just so damn unlucky. They're absolutely being shut down. Of course, there is skill involved. Budapest 5 absolutely destroying them, but there really are some moments where you just feel bad for Faith because there's always these 50-50 scenarios in Counter-Strike, and they just always seem to be going the way of Budapest 5. And would you look at this? The first tactical boss that we're witnessing.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think we've seen any. It's so curious. I don't know. I've never really played CS:GO at this kind of level, right? So I wonder if I just have the wrong idea on this, but it seems like such a valuable resource, a tactical timeout, just to have like a little chat with your team and just get in the right mindset again, just relax a little bit. And even let's say your opponent is on a roll, right? And they're stringing together rounds, like just a tactical pause, kind of getting them out of their rhythm, out of the match rhythm might help as well. I'm not quite sure if I'm right in assuming that, but it does feel to me that could be the case. But yeah, you're right, man. This is getting dramatic for Fate. They're still looking for that first, and it's like you said, like the 50-50s are just going their way. But at the same time, like the flashes and the utility for Budapest 5, which is something they were doing very well last game as well against Namiga Gaming, right? I'm not saying that wrong. Yeah, that was going very well as well, and it really helps. I mean, Hybrid's in a perfect position to strike, but then he gets full-on blinded, and it's nothing he can do. They're even like pushing out of the tons from either side while not in the middle. Look at this. Once again, Hybrid bested by more. Patrick in a really tough position, has to boost up, doesn't find a kill. Coolio finishes him off. Niki's just gonna start pushing this because that's how desperate this has gotten all of a sudden. I think he lost his way, and Corey kills him in the end. And oh no, why just nothing going wrong, nothing going well for Fate here. Nothing really working for them. No openings to be found. It's just across the board. It feels like they're losing control of this map completely.
Yeah, that's all there is to say, really. Fate are absolutely losing control. A map where it's all down to the raw aim and the gunplay. Now, Shank can't even hit that flick. To be fair, it's not an easy one to hit, but... Oh, Shank is redeeming himself here. Can he get more? Yes, he can! Oh my god. In the end, he does go down, but an absolute beast right there. Just, I mean, they're exit frags, but they were nice, okay?
Oh, they're very beautiful, but I mean, if I was his teammate, I would be trying to hype him up, of course, but I also would be like, in my mind, like, bro, just do that. In regulation of the round. Come on, I want to see this. But yeah, you're right, man. That looked so gorgeous. 0-7. Yeah, Fate, you gotta wake up, man. You gotta wake up. This needs to stay a competitive series, and so far, it's just not looking that way. And I mean, even if they go like even if they get 16-0, of course, I mean, you and I, White, we can go home and early and chill a bit, maybe start some pugs, but it's not really what we wanted to see. This is for all the marbles, guys. There's like $10,000 first prize on the line. Like, what is going on? Like, I don't know, man. Like, this is hard for Fate, and I think if you're a Fate fan, you're in deep depression right now. You want these guys to show up, and I mean, this is probably not the round. Shake is doing some good tag damage, but it's not going to be enough. P250 is always good, or a 5-7 is always good for a couple of kills, but I mean, Patrick, 1 kill paid with a lot of HP, goes down all up to hybrid with the Deagle, and I don't think he can do this bad. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy, you know?
Yeah, and Faith, it hasn't really been too good of a year for them as well, so CEE Champions, really an important tournament for them to at least get something in the bag or win something, I would say. And yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for them, I would say. Right now, 8-0 for Budapest 5. Yeah, if you are just joining us, 8-0. You're not reading this wrong. It's not the Minecraft font that is fooling you. No, it's actually 8-0.
What Minecraft? Is this a Minecraft font?
I don't know. I like it. I like it though, but like the score all night, it's been making me think of Minecraft. It's like cubey and blocky.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's got those straight, it's got those straight angles, right? Even for O and H, which are usually round numbers.
Yeah, but 8 is fooling us though. 8 is different.
8 is different.
Yeah, it's on a different level. Not 8.
You know what? I think what is going on as well is that Budapest 5, they were still feeling it, okay? They were able to mentally reset. Okay, we lost in overtime, guys. That could have gone either way. We played great CS. Let's just get this one and get it done with, right? That's what I think Budapest 5 was thinking. They come in, they press the pedal to the metal, full on gas from the beginning. And by now, I feel like they've just conditioned Fate to not be too aggressive, to not take too many risks. And when they're doing them in the complete wrong way. Like there's no trade potential. Shaq just all out there on their own. There's nobody on short. There's nobody in middle. And just all the fights are just not going their way. And there's the opposite can be said from Fate. There's always somebody ready to trade, to find that frag, and to keep this in their advantage. And I feel like Fate is just taking risks in a way that they shouldn't. And even if they're taking them, they're just not winning their opening duels, or those risks are just not panning out.
Oh, yeah. Nikki here with it all to do, all alone, and Faith being left behind in the international rankings by Fiend. Currently the best team of their region. Faith trying to catch up, but it's not quite working out too well. Nikki here get the kill onto Aaron. Stays alive, and oh, Mestel as well. They're just giving him frags. It's gonna help his score a bit, because for this 2-8, not the best scoreline, but what do you really want when you're on 0 rounds? This is such a dominant game here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like Fate is destined to win this one. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this feels like they... I mean, it's of course very hard, right? In the beginning, when it's like 0-4, 0-5, you're like, okay, we can come back from this, guys. Like, don't worry. We can find our way back into this game. And this is a very good start, right? This is some aggression. They're trying to keep control over that A-long part of the map. And for the first time, 2 opening kills, and another one found by Shake with the scout of all things. So 2 saved rifles already paying off massively so far. And yeah, this is actually the first good round we've seen out of Fate, and I like this. This is a definitely a mindset change, if you ask me. They wanted the long control, they took it, they got 2 kills, and from this point on, Budapest 5 has no idea what to do with that. Like, how do we respond? Every angle will have a CT and hybrids. Finding some success in second kill of the game so far. And let's hope that this is that Fate resurging, right? That Fate team that lost there, talking to each other like, okay, guys, fine, let's find another, let's do this. The IGL makes some adjustments on the fly, maybe. If they can do that, they're still in this one. But that will mean that they need the remaining 6 or 5 rounds of this map.
Yeah, indeed. 1 on the board for Faith. Still a long way to go. 8 rounds just to tie up this game. And now Budapest 5, they're just going to force their way into this B-bomb side. Hybrid gets one. The trade comes in. Patrick has to hold this down. But no, Shake is there. There is no smoke. Kill Corey with the lurk, however. Patrick, 2 frags and Corey now tagged down Budapest 5. I think it's time to play it a little bit slower. Don't rush into things every time, because otherwise it's just gonna go wrong completely. 2-9 now, and if Budapest 5 keep rushing things, it might as well be 9-9 in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it could very much be that way, and you don't want to give Fate away back into this game. So if you're Budapest, like, I'm not gonna lie, you've got 9 rounds already. If you're looking for that 10th, which does feel like that milestone, right? Getting to those double digits, only need 5 from here on out. Even if you take your 3rd timeout, I would definitely accept that at this point. You're trying to stop this game from getting out of control or getting Fate back into this game, right? And so I would feel justified calling that. But hey, man, I'm sitting here. These guys are professionals. I'm just a caster. And here we are. Raptu is in pit. And I don't think they know. And they're checking for it, and Moore finds him. And that is absolutely massive, because that puts so much pressure on Nick. And I feel like I haven't said his name just yet. Shake's here, but he's also in a very awkward spot. Aaron finds Shake, and yeah, this bomb site just does. And I don't think there's anything they can do about this, especially... but Aaron misses that frag onto Hybrid. But it's... Hybrid is just alone, because at the other side, his teammate Patrick died. Corey even looking for that M4, and rightfully so. This is just like feeling the boot of your enemy on your throat, you know, where they're trying to crush it. Like, this is like Die Hard or something, right? And it's the final battle on the rooftop between Hans and I forgot the name of the main character in the game, and he's just like trying to kill the hero. This is what Budapest is doing to Fate right now, trying to crush that throat and end the game right here. Or not allowing Hybrid to save. And I don't know, I went on a giant tangent about Die Hard, so I'm just gonna shut up now. That is 2-10 for Budapest 5.
Yeah, 10 on the board, double digits has been found. 6 more, and they are in the playoffs. And I'm gonna take a quick look right now, because when are you gonna be in the money? Okay, you need to be in top 4, so not quite gonna get a part of that prize pool just yet, but they're getting closer and closer if they do get those 6 rounds. And it's of course not all about the prize money. I do believe that if you get into a certain part of this tournament, you are going to be featured on HLTV. Not 100% sure about that though, but the last edition was on HLTV in playoffs. So that's going to be great. And it's not just about HLTV or the money as well. It's about the bragging rights and the win in what am I saying? It's just about getting in that top. Yeah, English hard.
I agree, man. I've been stuttering all night. So run boost. Here we go. This is a slower round, and I do like this from Fate. Not the best in the world, but the idea is there. And so they're stopping this immediately. It's 2 smokes right there on short. Like, one is close and one in the middle of short. And Nicky's ready for any pushes and any shenanigans from middle. And this basically stops all the progress dead in its tracks until that smoke will fade. And it still looks like Budapest 5 is trying to get to this bomb site. The plans haven't really changed. And yeah, there we go. Nikki knows what the game is. Finds 2, 3, almost full if he could it. Nick, man, very well played. The Hybrid putting that nail in the coffin all up to Coolio. He does have bomb control, and who knows, this could matter. It's always good if you're a 1vx situation. How do you have control over the bomb? That forces CTs or, CTs to cover more space. But Hybrid not giving him a chance, so 3-10. And Budapest 5, they're on those double digits, so that's a good thing. But they are. It feels like the momentum is slowly stopping, and I like that Fate took a little bit of a slower approach. Like you said, Budapest 5, they do have that tendency to just push onto these sides very quickly and aggressively. Now they haven't quite done that in that round, but they are ready for it, right? The adjustment is like, hey Nick, just boost yourself up onto CT spawn, look at middle, and we're gonna find some kills. You know, just trust me. And I feel like the momentum is definitely shifting.
Coolio trusting his guts there, getting all the way next to that container in long. But look at this, Budapest 5 once again running into things really fast. Jake gets one, gets two, gets the third, and he's absolutely on a tear here. Doesn't get the last frag, but Mestel now all by his lonesome, 1 versus 5. Used to be 10-1, now 10-4. Faith coming back into this one round after round, and this is just so damn dominant. Excuse me, it used to be 10-2, but the message is exactly the same. Faith, they're coming back into this game, and I'm getting scared for Budapest 5.
It does look quite like, as we're watching this Intel replay, actually some beautiful shots by Shaik, but I'm not gonna lie, it does feel like it's Fate's game to lose at this point, right? They're showing themselves that they want to be competitive in this map, in his best of one, and this Patrick, he's gonna just find him. Oh no, he's actually not. Coolio finds the headshot immediately. Hybrid, he's on a little bit of an adventure, but he doesn't know that Mestal is quite there. Mestal's ready for that push. They were actually counting on it, it feels almost. Shaik is holding on to this B bomb site in the entrance, but there's so much pressure from both sides. And they might actually already be on the side. Shaik has no idea, and that flash is just so damn good. And oh, a lot of targets presented, misses the first shot, and now the opportunity's kind of gone. He has to respect the control these T's have now. And not only that, White, they do have weapons picked up, and what a round as this first half is wrapping up. They kind of have to go for this, so this might just be the most dramatic retake we'll see so far. Shaik knows that there's a player there. Nate's coming in. Coolio. Oh man, that's so much pressure for him to stay under. Here we go, finds the first. That's actually so beautiful and White. Here we go. That's it. Budapest find their 11th, and the momentum, it's shifting again, I feel. That was such a good play by Budapest. Fate getting punished a little bit for some aggression in the tunnels.
Very important round to find, especially with Faith getting closer and closer to making that comeback. 11-4, still a very dominant scoreline for Budapest 5, especially on the T side. I would still say that this map is going to be CT side. It's pretty CT sided, I would say. I would say that you are supposed to at least get a 9-6 half if you are on the CT side. And well, that is not exactly what Fate were able to do, but perhaps they're just that much better on the D side. I don't know. But Corey, gets one. His teammate Moore got the second. I was just a bit caught off guard by the weapon he was using. Wasn't that the USP without a silencer?
It looked like it, but
that
I could be wrong as well.
Very different in the icon as well, but yeah, it was the unsilenced version of the USP. Now Hybrid and Nikki in a very difficult situation, 2 versus 4, and they really have to clutch this out for their team. Oh, Hybrid gonna go down, and now Nikki in a very tough spot. Aaron just goes for that frag, no respect, and that is 12 on the board for Budapest 5. They are now 4 rounds away from making it to the playoffs, and they've been so damn good so far.
You know what? I didn't really want to say it out loud earlier because I did believe that Fate had a possibility to do it again, and maybe we'll find an answer to your question for the unsilenced pistol. Not exactly, but my immediate reflection was, is it too late, right? Even if they go 5-10, they have a possibility, but it might just be too late. Corey pushes out and already finds a frag. And this is a very dynamic CT side, and I do feel like Budapest, they do have a tendency to play this map specifically a little bit more aggressive. And you can see they're doing the same thing, and oh my god, Mestal is diving back into the smoke. Who's the real smoke criminal? It's Mestal, and Moore is there to back him up, and this feels like it's just over. I know that was just a pistol, but in these cases, like, any loss is kind of hard to shrug off if you're Fate and you're looking at that scoreboard.
And now I'm wondering, Budapest 5, do you guys have somewhere to be? Because this game can't be over soon enough for these guys. It's looking like they got an appointment in 15 minutes. This is just the cleanup at this point. Of course, as you said, there was just right now and right here. Once again, Faith didn't have enough money to go for a goodbye, and there you go, Aaron. Oh, even through the door, Corey with a nade to finish it off, and Faith, this must just be so damn depressing. They're really not getting a single chance. I mean, of course, they knew this when going into this. They just have the pistols, but to be in a situation where there's just nothing you can do, there's no way to get out of this alive, it's just so demotivating.
This is always hard to come back from. Even if Hybrid wins this round, they have so much work to do to still...
10 round difference.
It would be impressive if you won that, but I mean, Hybrid still won. They're kind of relying on to make that happen, I feel sometimes, and he was just like there were at least last half where like 3 or 4 instances where he was holding B tons. He just got completely flashed off, and yeah, like you said, it's a 50-50 because he could have landed some great shots in those smokes while blind, but yeah, sometimes that's just not the way it happens. Fortunately. And if we're looking at the scoreboards, it's just Shay keeping it together. Hybrid, a little bit of a slower game compared to last game we saw him play today. And this is very, very dire. I wish I could tell you guys, if you're a Fate fan, anything positive, but it's very hard to find it. Like, I'm usually I'm usually the silver lining kind of guy, but
yeah.
This is a very, very, very thin silver line. I'm not quite sure if it even exists.
Yeah, I honestly don't think it exists at this point. Fate, they're just being outclassed at this right now. And Budapest 5, it also just helps them that they came out of a game just now. Of course, in some cases, it's not really going to help because you're going to be too tired. But a single best of 1 right there is not really going to hurt them that much. Mestel there with the headshot onto Shank. Patrick with the trade frag. And more here. Holding down the wrong angle, going to get taken out. Fade, actually, 4 versus 3. This is entirely doable, but Corey already with a backstab gets the frag onto Raftu. Utility being used to perfection. Hybrid here. Oh, this is just so bad for Faith. And yeah, the thing is, Budapest 5 just came off a game, but they played a game before that as well, early on today. And the thing is, when you play a game already, you have to wait a long time, or well, just 1 game. And then you go back into a game, you're not going to be on fire anymore. You're not going to be that warmed up anymore as if you just play 2 games in a row.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I thought maybe that grueling experience of going to overtime and playing a lot of rounds in a very close series, that's very intense as a player to experience. But I mean... Yeah. I don't know what happened. Oh, there we go. More finds Nikki, and Nikki was just looking for a frag there. Didn't really get it. Aaron, oh no, they're gonna think he's flashed. He could find 2, and he does. Controls the spray to perfection, and right, this game's over. The Hybrid and Shake, I'm not gonna be a bearer of bad news, but yeah. Okay, hello, more. Finds Hybrid, and it's all up to Shake, and he'll find this kill, but he's got full bullet to go. No control over bomb because that's down. And finds 1. No, doesn't find more, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Budapest 5, who just pretty much speed ran this map to a win. And I wonder why they gotta be so happy, right? They have to be so happy.
Oh yeah, especially after a result like that. It must have been so damn sad for them to lose in that overtime. That game was so damn close. They weren't able to close it out. Then Amiga got into overtime, and then they got that victory. So for them to win this game is a big relief because they're going straight into the playoffs and Fate Esports. They'll have to wait until 2022 to get back into this tournament and perhaps take their revenge against Budapest 5. Who knows? It is all possible here at CEE Champions. But the 2 teams that will be advancing to the playoffs out of Group B are going to be Namiga Gaming and Budapest 5. Congratulations to them.
You know what's really exciting? I don't know what the bracket is going to be from here on out, but we could get a rematch between those 2. Namiga Gaming, Budapest 5. Did it in overtime. They have an axe to grind, man. And I feel that energy from this game, just rolling over Fate like that, because that's the only way I can describe that. Man, that's gonna be something to look forward to, if you ask me.
Yeah. In a best of 3 as well in the playoffs.
Oh yeah,
add that
especially in a
fact.
best of 3. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to be great. Now, of course, tomorrow there is some more group stage action. The last day of group stage, and that's going to be with teams like B, Run or Die, Skade, and then we have Team Skuak. But Skade, oh my, that team is absolutely brilliant. They're also quite high up in the worldwide rankings, so a great team. And the others, I think it's going to be very difficult to destroy Skade.
Yeah, I think somebody said earlier in chat, when is the group of that? And I think he meant tomorrow, or at least that was he was asking for, because I don't want to be up against Skate if you ask me, White. I'm not gonna lie. So
Number
I guess
24
White,
in the world.
oh, 24 in the world even. Like, that's actually really, really good. Like, that's not an easy achievement. Like, especially if you go 5 steps up, you're gonna see, or even from there on out, you're gonna see some very familiar names, man. You're gonna see some very familiar names.
Yeah, indeed. But that does mean that it is the end for us for today. We've seen plenty of great matches today, and the 2 teams that will be going to the playoffs from Group B have been decided. It is Namiga and Budapest 5. My name is White. I have been your caster for tonight. I will be casting some more in the future. But Nils, I really want to thank you for joining me here today on such short notice. And if you want to close out the broadcast, it's all up to you.
Oh, thank you very much, White. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I took this gig on less than 3 hours notice, and I wasn't even able to prepare, but it's been a blast. These are some amazing teams. I think this region is just so full of talent. And I mean, we've seen at least 3 very good games. One was very exciting, and I'm very happy to see more. Maybe I'll be back, maybe not. Who knows? But thank you very much for allowing me to be here. Thank you, viewers. Don't forget to check out our giveaway, CEE Championship /giveaway, I believe. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but there's some great stuff to win. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.